informational needs or clarify questions. And if you end up getting into the conflict prevention conversation, maybe you can talk about just standardization of bare storage issues. Yeah. I know that if that doesn't come up, you can bring it up again just for fun.
Yeah, that's always one of my favorites, so I'm glad to do that.
Yeah, and it's in multiple documents that we, draft documents, so it'd probably be good to touch base on that at least.
Okay.
Cool. All right, looks like we're live, Charlie.
We are.
All right, well, good morning, council members. Good morning, members of the public and support team. My name's Sean Johnson, and with Heather Stokes, we're the facilitators for the Montana Governor's Grizzly Bear Advisory Council, and we're with the University of Montana. Yesterday, we had a chance to hear from all the different council members, and they all said hi from their different corners of the state. And this morning, we'd like to jump into the conversation fairly quickly. So I would just like to direct you to some of the resources on the website there to familiarize yourself with how to find out more about the council members, our conversations, and where we are today. So if you're on the FWP Grizzly Bear Advisory Council website watching this, you also have access to a link to the council members' bios. You have access to the governor's executive order, some of the documents that we've created over the last several months as we've been working together, as well as a comment and engage opportunity. We are monitoring that in real time. So at the end of the day today, we'll have a chance to check in with anything that you guys share with us online. A whole bunch of other resources are there too. So if you have time to look at some of the resources that have been submitted to support the conversation, other public comments, other news related to grizzly bears in the state, you're welcome to access all of those too. So thanks for joining us. We're really glad that you're here. Council members, you're off the hook today from doing a round robin of introductions, but you're not off the hook from diving into some of these difficult conversations that we've had. Really pleased with the progress we made yesterday. As we talked about at the beginning, this is really an important time for the council's work in clarifying where you are, identifying that broad vision or that set of goals that are really guiding your work, and then digging into some of the issues where you have a need for ongoing conversation and dialogue and discussion. And so that's really where our focus is going to be today. Just a couple of things from yesterday, though, that I think speak to the same kind of format that we'd like to work through today. Yesterday, you guys did a really nice job talking about some of your core interests and issues in a way that was really constructive and really focused on building towards common ground. And so we'd really like to continue that approach today. So as we dig into these issues, and I'll go through some guidelines here next, or suggested format, it's really, I think, important to think about the guiding framework. So what are the issues? What are the interests and values behind those interests or those issues? And how do we start thinking about a council recommendation or a message from the council that speaks to those, recognizing that you guys have different issues or different interests, different perspectives, and different life experiences. So our format for today is a little bit complicated. So I did create some slides for us to look at here, and I'm just going to pull those up so we can walk through this together. We'll have a chance to answer any clarifying questions, and then we'll dive into the conversation. Charlie, it looks like you need to enable me to share my screen again. Would you mind doing that real quickly? Get that going. So as Charlie's getting that enabled for me, just to give us a sketch for how this will work. So I'm going to go through the format, the structure, the different topic areas. We're going to run through 2 of those this morning. They'll be an hour each. We'll take a break for lunch. And right before lunch, we'll have a chance to check in and hear from you guys on how this is going. So do we need to make any adjustment to the format and the structure? Are there some things that are emerging in your conversations that need clarified before we move forward? And then we'll take a break. This afternoon, we'll come back and we'll dive into the other 2 topics or the other 2 rounds of discussion, and then have a chance at the end of the day to circle back and really see how the discussion that's been informed by all council members looks at the end of the day. So here are the slides. Thanks, Charlie, for the quick work on that. So here's an updated version of the conversation we started to have at the end of the day yesterday. Our objectives for this, I thought it was really important for us to provide additional guidance and clarity on issues that you've identified for further conversation. So as you've been working through that consolidated framework document in your small groups, you've identified some areas where you'd like the council as a whole to engage in conversation. You also shared some ideas yesterday in your small group updates, as well as during the conversation around the vision. Our hope is to integrate the guidance that you provide today into your next documents. And so I think following today, the goal is really to move beyond the 4 working group documents into one consolidated document that starts to capture the shared sense of the council. So we want to build this guidance and build the clarity that you're able to achieve around these issues into that next iteration of the documents you're creating. We also want to recognize and acknowledge that there are going to be some things that we can't resolve today, but it's important to capture those. So what are the things that you want to make sure we continue to include in the conversation as we move forward? What are your questions? What are your informational needs? What are your ongoing concerns? And how do we want to make sure that we bring those forward even as we iterate our documents forward separately? The format, this looks complicated, but hopefully it makes sense, especially after the first round. But just given the number of conversations we wanted to have in the short amount of time we have together, we're using a structured format here that allows for 4 concurrent 1-hour discussions with 4 to 5 council members in each breakout room discussion. So there's going to be 4 different topic areas. Each topic area will have a 1-hour discussion with 4 to 5 council members per hour. We'll have that conversation 4 times throughout the day so that every council member has a chance to be included in a conversation on every topic. So again, every council member will rotate to all 4 issue areas. The group composition will change for each session. So we know that you've been in fairly consistent working groups for the last several months. One of the things we wanted to do today was provide an opportunity for you to engage with other council members and for the conversations from your different working groups to come forward throughout the day. And so you'll see, 1 or 2 familiar faces along the way, but you'll also see a lot of new faces in your small groups. And that's intentional and giving you an opportunity to really hear from and interact with as many other council members as possible. We know that it's going to be a challenge to capture all of this, and we really want you guys to focus on the content and not the process. And so we've included a facilitator / note taker for each of these topics. And the role of that person will really be to capture the notes, kind of like you would on flip charts in real time if we were in person. In addition to facilitators, there'll be support team members in the room. They'll be really listening for informational needs and available to support any clarifying questions you might have. And again, as I mentioned, at midday and at the end of the day, we'll report out on progress and make any adjustments as needed. So what is it that we really want to capture? What does the structure look like for these conversations? I think there's 3 central pieces to this puzzle. One is we really need to provide enough focus to the conversation that we can advance meaningful discussion and dialogue. So what is central to the conversation on the role of hunting or on resources or on conflict prevention and response that you really need to clarify as a group as a whole? I think a lot of consensus is being built around some of the elements in your working group documents, but this is a chance really to look for those areas of tension or where there's uncertainty, or maybe it's not a negative, maybe it's a positive. Where is there a potential area for opportunity or an emerging idea that we can really build out, but where additional voices are needed? So really use a good chunk of the conversation just to focus that discussion, what's most critical to clarify today. And then the other 2 pieces are looking forward. So where possible, let's find those areas of agreement and build toward it. What is the resolution, or what kind of agreement can we produce as a council through these discussions to advance conversation and to capture that in future documents? And again, recognizing that we're not going to be able to resolve all of that, but we want to capture all elements of the conversation. let's also capture areas where there's disagreement and areas where further discussion is needed. All right, so what are we going to talk about? DILLON's table, or DILLON's group discussion, breakout group discussion, is really going to focus on conflict prevention and response and clarify areas where ongoing conversation is needed. So are there areas around prevention or response that really stood out in your mind as you were working through those documents, where you had questions or where there's some consolidation opportunities or repetition or missing pieces? And one thing in particular that seemed to be an issue in many of your working groups was this idea of a multiplier and how that might be connected to the role of incentives in general. There was also some conversation just yesterday in our conversation around the vision, or sorry, not around the vision, but around some of your breakout working group updates around additional tools that might be helpful. So what might that look like around these, just to make sure that we round out that conversation as well as possible. Resources has been an issue that's permeated all of these conversations, and so VIVACA is going to lead the breakout group discussions around resources. I think part of this is just getting our heads around what are the elements of the resource related conversation. There's been some conversation in the small groups, I know, around how this is connected to all the other issues and how it's intersecting with all of them. So what are the strategies that you guys really see as useful in terms of advancing the conversation? You've talked a lot about increasing and diversifying funding. You've talked about a number of specific opportunities. So I think just spending some time getting your heads around everything that's encompassed in this conversation and providing a roadmap forward. Another big issue of interest and concern is just where should theirs be? And we've talked a lot over the course of our time together around areas, zones, connectivity, all of those different issues. And so this is a chance to help identify and clarify those areas where additional conversation can help advance our conversation. So is it around recovery areas, management zones? In the language we were bringing forward around the vision yesterday, we talked about areas that facilitate their presence and connectivity. We were talking about potential limitations based on management needs and capacity. In a previous iteration of conversations, Group 2 had proposed some zones for everyone's consideration, and I think some of you had commented on those. And then we also brought forward some livelihood and location-based considerations. And finally, the role of hunting. I'll be facilitating this conversation. This one really seems to be focused on capturing everyone's different values and points of view, and then building out the discussion around a decision framework, or how can the council address the role of hunting, recognizing that it's something where there won't likely be consensus on whether or not hunting in and of itself is something that the council members support. So those are the different areas for discussion, including the format and the objectives. I want to pause there and just stop sharing my screen here so I can see all of you. Ask if there's any questions about what we're about to jump into.
Sean, I have a question.
Yeah, Aaron.
So it feels like we might end up with a lot of new input for all the four different documents we already have. And so I guess I'm just curious, from the notes, what's the next step? Like, how do we pull it all together, I guess? Because it feels like we're going to have a lot of things in a lot of places.
Yeah, so that's on my mind too. And I think the next step is for the writing team, the facilitators, and the support team to take a stab at consolidating them into one document. That's the best answer I have right now. If other people have other ideas, I think that's really what we want to clarify before we leave tomorrow. But I wanted to make sure that we were generating the kind of dialogue and content today that could help clarify some of these concerns that people have brought forward and provide that kind of direction. So the more we can look back to existing documents, I think the better, so that we're not creating a whole bunch of new information and connecting back to past conversations, but at the same time looking forward. So what might that look like moving forward?
So it would be good if facilitators taking notes, if there is something that is absolutely new, that somebody says, this I haven't seen, I want to add this, I haven't been able to do that yet, that they mark it as new, like maybe just a note next to it, just because it'll be easier for the writing team to, I don't know, integrate it.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. That's really helpful. Other questions? All right, well, hopefully this becomes more clear as we dive in. I think we have good structure. You guys have done a lot of good thinking on all of these issues so far. So I think let's just dive in and engage with each other in conversation. Charlie, are you ready to assign the breakout rooms?
It looked like Robin had a question. Robin, did you have a question?
Oh, sorry.
Yes,
Thanks,
thank
Robin.
you. Aaron, that discussion clarified almost my question. I just wanted to, because I kind of had the concern that Aaron did too. I didn't kind of, I did have. And I just want to be clear. So my question now is about making sure I'm effective today in the working groups. And what really helped group one is we took the most recent consolidated document that I think the writing team had worked on, and then we put comments in there, and I've been using that as you know, what I'm working from, because that's where I felt most of our most recent comment had been put. And I know I found that really helpful, because I didn't feel like I had to look at 4 different separate documents now. I have one place to go. Am I thinking about that correctly?
Yeah, that's right. So a lot of you guys have done some of this work already, but this is a chance for us to bring it all together. So working group one has, you know, well, almost all the working groups have provided comments on those issues that you've identified for discussion, but we haven't had a chance to have the conversation yet. So this is a chance for us to really make sure that we're bringing all those issues forward. And I think to Aaron's point, where there's new information, let's make sure that we capture that as new information. If we're building off of something that's in one document, but maybe not in others, I think that's important to clarify too. Good. Any other questions? Sorry, I missed you there the first time, Robin. Thanks, Heather. All right, so we're gonna be in these breakout rooms for an hour, and then we'll have a 15-minute break after that. For members of the public that are watching in, you're going to be following Charlie on today's journey, and he's going to start in breakout group number 1, which is the conflict prevention and response breakout room. So you'll have a chance to see all these different discussions as well. All right, any other questions? I think we're ready to jump in. Charlie, please assign us our breakout rooms.
I am doing that as we speak. So it would take me a couple minutes with the number of people.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you had them queued up there.
Nope.
So Charlie is, I've been in this role too in the classroom. Charlie is busy assigning us our breakout room. Gives us a chance to check in on any other questions that are out there. Right?
Yeah, how are we gonna, and maybe Charlie's gonna address this, how are we gonna get to our rooms?
Oh yeah, so Charlie will be inviting us to breakout rooms. That's what he's creating right now. And as soon as he does that, it'll give you a prompt to say, join breakout discussion 2 or 3 or whatever it might be. And all you have to do is hit the join button and it will take you to that discussion. And so he'll do that 4 times today as we work through the different discussion areas.
Okay.
And hopefully with better proficiency each time that I do it. So you get the low tech guy helping you here. So
Let me do it and I'll have you in another country in no time.
Hey, Sean, while I'm setting these up, if I miss somebody and I need to go back to add a person.
Yeah, you can do that afterwards, Charlie. It'll have, once you hit the breakout room group assignments in your box. It'll show you who's in which room, and it'll have an unassigned group at the top. And so you can always go back and assign anyone that's unassigned.
Hey, Dylan, this is Chuck. Man, you got your work cut out for you trying to do those public input. Is there any other things that we can help you that shortcut that, or?
Thank you for offering, Chuck. If you want to come over, we can drink some coffee and spend a couple weeks organizing it. No, I think we should be able to do it. We're gonna kind of tackle that after Wednesday's meeting, and I hope, fingers crossed, that it should work. But thank you for offering.
Yeah, I just have been involved a time or two trying to run queries of how to segregate or group or something else, and it's tough. It's almost impossible.
Yeah, it's going to be imperfect for sure, but I'm going to try to tease out the key kind of terms that are at the top of your guys' mind, hopefully, and then make it easy to navigate, as easy as possible to navigate through, and kind of connect the dots and between all the comments for you, hopefully.
Well, we're appreciative of you and VIVACA doing that. So,
Oh,
good
thanks.
luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think one of the key issues, Chuck, there was just the recognition that so many of the comments we received were really thoughtful and integrated across the different issue areas. And so it was hard to tease them out by category. Charlie.
Yeah, we're about there. So now I'm at that point. I need to just add 2 people to breakout room 1 that I missed.
Breakout room 1 is Ann, Chuck, Greg, Kristen, Charlie, and then Craig and Scott, I think.
All right, we're set to go. Let me start these up.
All right, Aaron's question is, the answer is yes, mostly, but we're going to talk about it.
Hmm.
Hey there, everybody. This is Charlie Sperry with FWP. And for those of you that are trying to watch our video feed on our website for the Grizzly Bear Advisory Council, having a few issues with streaming those breakout groups. Each of the council members right now are working in different groups, and then we'll be rejoining the main meeting here in about 50 minutes. So if you can look, Jen, I think we're pretty close to the being on schedule. And in the meantime, we'll try to get these the live feed going so you can in and listen and to what the council members are talking about in their small groups. If we don't get that live feed up, just to reassure everybody that we're going to do a report out around noon as to how things transpired this morning, and then again at the end of the day, so you'll get to hear the summary of what each group talked about and where things stand at the end of the day. And then lastly, we'll have a video recording up on the website for those that want to view afterwards. So stay tuned. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, hello, folks. This is Charlie Sperry with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks again. Apologies if you were anticipating the live stream of the Grizzly Bear Advisory Council meeting. The council members are in sessions right now. They're going to be reconvening at 11:30, and at that time they'll report out as to what they talked about previously this morning. And then again, later on this afternoon, they'll do the same thing. Looks like we're not going to be able to provide a live feed of those small group meetings, but again, you'll be able to hear the summary of what they talked about and notes from the meeting as well. Thank you very much, and I apologize for that inconvenience. Hope to see you back here at 11:30. Thank you. Welcome back. Guys,
We're doing math homework really quick during our tiny break.
Is this break time?
Please.
You're on mute, Sean.
Oh, thanks, Heather.
we're
We are now moving into a break. So I think everyone's back now. Hopefully that worked pretty well. Before we go to break, just a check in, just real quick check in on process. Is there anything we need to change before we go into our second round here?
Sean, as we found out, these should probably be 4-hour breakout sessions.
Hey, you guys did great. That's why there's 4 hours of them. You know,
Yeah.
you just can't all do it at once so that we can.
We probably
listen to
need
all of
about
you.
16 days of this is what we need, but
I can provide a quick
Well-
update, Sean, on the technical side of things. 'Cause I think we're back to the live feed now, and so this will also be for any members of the public that are catching this. We were not able to live stream the breakout room discussions.
Oh, okay.
Posting or have already posted a note to that effect on the Grizzly Bear Advisory Council webpage, and invited people to come back and join you guys at 11:30 and 3:15 when you'll be doing a full group report out on your morning and afternoon discussions. So that message is for both the public and to inform the council members of where things stand.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks, Charlie. I'm disappointed in a way that we can't provide that live stream of the breakouts. We'd really wanted to do that, but I'm glad to hear we can at least bring that conversation forward twice today for the public, and thank you guys for being understanding of that change, just a limitation of the technology. Well, good.
Charlie,
And then thinking about the timing. Oh, go ahead, Heather.
I have an idea about that we might be able to try, where that one breakout that Charlie you're in just stays in the main session as opposed to going into a breakout room.
Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah. Right.
Maybe we can troubleshoot that on a break or something, but
Yeah. Well, let's let
that's a great
folks
idea.
take their break now, and then let's visit real quick and see if we can. It seems like that's plausible, though.
All right. Well, good. Well, I know people do need a break, so let's go ahead and take our, what would have been a 15-minute break now, it's down to 13, but come back at 10:40. So it's 12 minutes left. And we'll start the next one at 10:40. Thanks, guys. Charlie, I think Heather's suggestion is a good one. And when you create the next round of breakout groups, just don't assign people to one of the groups and they'll stay in the main breakout room or in the main room.
That sounds good, Sean. I'll just give you a quick call here offline as well as catch Dylan too, but that makes sense. We'll need to update the webpage too to that effect.
Great. Thanks.
You're not muted, Sean.
Hey, Brett, you still there? This is Darren.
I am.
Hey, this is just a thought. I don't know what's going to happen with this COVID or thing, but I think we need to push really hard that we can social distance and meet in person the next meeting. I think we get a lot more done. We're doing great on it, but man, I think as a group, I think we can social distance and have just the advisory group and Sean and Heather, and the support group can fall in with WebEx or Zoom. But I think we do a lot together, and I think we can social distance and get this done, in my opinion.
Yeah, Chuck and I had a little bit of that conversation yesterday after the meeting, or maybe it was in the break time or something yesterday.
Hey, Brett.
Yeah.
I'm gonna set up these next work groups, and you guys, we still have a live feed going. You guys feel free to keep visiting.
Yep. Thanks for the reminder, Charlie.
Kudos.
But yeah, I agree. I think it's frustrating. We're kind of dealing with it just would be really nice to do this face to face. So
Yeah, I think we could just plan on social distancing and everybody agree that it's worth the risk and get, 32. In my thought, but just wanted to put a bug in your ears. Things I saw you flash through the mute. So
yeah,
I agree with you guys. And I honestly don't know that we'll need to social distance by the second week of June. I think maybe we could just go back to being American.
yeah, I don't see the group thing changing with the governor from what I'm feeding, the small group, large groups type of stuff, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, we're less than 50 people, so.
That's right. Yeah.
So where would you go in June, Trina?
Shoto.
Okay, I knew that.
I'd like to go to Red Lodge, but we probably won't get a hotel.
Probably
I would really love to go to Red Lodge at some point before we're done.
I think you probably could get a room in Red Lodge right now pretty easily because it's not much different than anywhere else in the state.
How much snow do you got down there?
I'm on the other side of the mountain. I'm actually over by Wyola right now. I was talking to my guys there last night, and it sounds like it's raining, so it's not doesn't sound like there's much snow over there.
Is the Beartooth Highway open yet, or when do they set to open that?
They try to have that open by the end of the month. I was actually watching a DOT thing on YouTube the other day about that, and it was they were actually a drone was flying as they were trying to push that open. That is a job I would not do. No way.
No, the going to the Sun Road too is just like.
It is, yeah. Yep. I actually I had to go out in my garage. I got a deal that kind of like a license plate thing that says the high road to Yellowstone.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
We take our camper down and go skiing off the road. And
there's a lot of places up there in August you could do that.
Yeah, and so we do that, and then we take our mountain bikes and do kind of a combination. And so if things with the pandemic stay low for Montana, we were going to venture down that way sometime in the nearer future.
Sure, we'd love to have you.
Oh, thank you. I love Red Lodge. If I hadn't settled in East Glacier, I would have settled over that way.
Yeah, it's a fun place to be for sure. It's a fun town. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's I haven't even eaten over there since all this started, so I understand the restaurants are slowly kind of opening up, but I had to go over there one day for an employee matter. I planned on staying the night, and I couldn't find anywhere to eat. I ended up coming home.
That's what you said. I remember that now.
Oh yeah, that was at the last meeting. I wasn't going to make the last meeting. That's right.
Yeah, that's crazy. Is it snowing up there, Annie?
Yes.
It's snowing here too, but I feel like it's probably just going to melt, I hope.
It'll melt, but it's still just like I made some planter boxes this week because there's no weekend anymore. It's all the same.
Right.
And so I made some planter boxes out of, there's an old barn that collapsed behind our house. And then I was going to go get some starts and kind of get them used to East Glacier, East Side weather, but not yet. Probably not planting for a while.
Yeah. There's a lady in Valier that had a greenhouse forever, and she just closed it down last year because that big hailstorm that we had destroyed her greenhouse. Anyway, she told me, don't ever plant anything outside until Memorial Day or it will die every year. And I think she's been right so far.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sick of winter.
Me too.
Not as bad as last year, though.
No, that's for sure.
Not as bad as the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Last year was so cold, and then the year before we had like 5 feet of snow on our yard.
In June. Yeah. I just hope we have spring this year because it always goes from like 20 degrees to 90 and I die.
Yeah.
Shut up, Heath. What are you eating?
The secret. Jerky.
Jerky?
Yeah,
Mmm.
it's pretty good actually.
What's it made of?
Well, some cousins of ours gave it to us. I think it's elk.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I had an elk burger over the weekend. That was good.
Had some steak last night off a cow. That was pretty good too.
I had
The day before that, I had some beef. And then I think I had some beef the day before that too. May is beef month.
kind of helps.
That's right.
It helps when you have an abundance of cattle right now, huh? We got 2 feedlots full of cattle. We can't move.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm feeling for you too. They want us, what person's talking about moving my fats said, we won't even sell them to you on the grid. And well, holy crap, we just dropped back 50 years.
Yeah, exactly.
How long before they get too big or weigh too much to take them out of that particular market?
For us, it's we normally feed our stuff is at 900 pounds right now, or right in that category. So they should be, in order to go to market, they're 16. But we normally sell right now and then to a finishing lot. So we're kind of stuck right now.
Does it mess with your markets too, Heath?
Yeah, it has. We actually had some 900 pounders about the 1st of April that we ended up selling them, and kind of like Brett's talking about, we had to go somewhere with them, and it wasn't good. Luckily, we had sold part of them earlier, but we had about a third of our steers left at that point. So
it's we've been able to get rid of a few of them, but we're losing money doing it. But they're not in our feedlot anymore. So
yeah.
Well, that's the thing. You have to figure out, when is it costing you too much to just keep them and hope for better prices, or just take your losses now and quit feeding them.
Yep.
Mine are fat cattle, so they're 1,250 pounds ready to be harvested. So
yeah. So now they're just getting fatter by the day.
Normal feedlot guy. How long do I lose money before I pull the trigger and sell?
Yep.
Where's your nearest market, Heath, down in that country? Do they go south?
well, they actually went to Idaho, like over around Boise. They went to another feedlot to be finished, but yeah.
Wow.
I think all of our stuff goes east.
East how far?
Nebraska.
Oh, way east.
Yeah.
Well, hey, you guys, I'm going to jump in here. This is Charlie. I think we'll get folks trickling in here. Just want to update you a little bit. We do think we've got a fix, if you will, to allow the public to at least engage, or I should say observe one of the breakout discussions. We'll just keep a few folks in the main room, and Sean will update here just in a second when he gets on. But it sounds like too that our meeting as we visit here on our break in the main room may still be live streamed out to the public right now. The message on our website has folks inviting them to come back at 11:30, but we're going to do our best to get the stream back up again. So sit tight.
All right, thanks, Charlie, and welcome back. And it does look like we are back live on YouTube on the FWP website. So hello to members of the public again. We think we have a technical fix here. Sorry we weren't able to include you in that first round of conversation, but I think we are able to do that moving forward. Also, just wanted to note that there is some dialogue in the chat room here around one of our council members, Kristen, who wasn't able to join us yesterday. She's a new mom. Congratulations, Kristen. It's great to have you with us today. And we've got a nice picture from Trina yesterday of your little girl. So really exciting.
Thanks.
All right, so we are going to go into our second breakout room conversation just now. The group that I'll be facilitating around the role of hunting will be the one that will stay in the main room for this time. And so we'll be live broadcast to the public and on the YouTube channel. The others will go into your breakout rooms like before. We'll have another hour. The first conversation is always the hardest. So hopefully the facilitators now feel like you've got your feet wet a little bit on how this process works. It'll be really helpful to capture the summary from your first hour of conversation as we kick the second one off, both in terms of content and process. So what did you learn? What did you talk about? What did you find worked well in terms of the process? And then invite the council members into your conversation. So with that, Charlie, I think we're ready to go.
Okay, everybody, I'll get the rooms started. Can you hear him now?
And we'll just wait here for a couple more people to get into their breakout room, and then we'll get started.
Yes. Sean, should I be going to the other?
Yeah, Charlie, do you want to assign Cecily to the breakout room again on where Bear should be?
I will. Are you getting a little lonely just sitting there, Cecily?
No, I was with another group, but I thought I was in the wrong one.
And Mark too. Mark's still here with us.
Wrong group, guys.
All right, I think we're getting there. We'll just wait another minute. So members of the public who are tuning in here and council members, just takes a second for us to figure out the technology and get everyone into their breakout rooms. But we'll be starting this here in the next couple of minutes.
I think Greg was having some issues with audio, Sean.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But
I think I'm here, maybe, am I?
hey,
yes,
there he
we
is.
I can hear you anyhow. I changed computers.
Oh, okay. Well, sounds good. Well, let's go ahead and get started then. So joining this conversation on the role of hunting, since we are on the public feed, let's do a quick round of introductions of the council members and the support team members who are here. So Jonathan, do you want to say hi?
Sure. Jonathan Bowler. I'm from the Swan Valley. I currently work for Swan Valley Connections. I'm involved in education and conservation of natural resources with focus on grizzly bears, especially this time of year as they come out onto the landscape.
Great, thanks. Michelle.
And I'm just curious, are we still on the public feed or are we on a breakout session right now?
It is both. So we're talking about the role of hunting in this breakout session, but this one is being live streamed to the public.
Okay, great. I'm Michelle Dietrich from Hamilton, and I'm interested in this conversation.
Great, thanks, Michelle. Kristen.
Oops, sorry. Hi, I'm Kristen Kipp. I live north of Browning on the Blackfeet Reservation. Tribal member and egg producer, among other things.
Thanks, Kristen. Lawrence.
Yeah, I'm Lawrence Grossfield. I'm a cattle rancher from South Central Montana, Big Timber.
Thank you, Lawrence. And Greg.
Hey, I'm Greg Schock from up in St. Ignatius. I raise cattle crops in the heart of the grizzly bears.
Great, thanks, guys. So those are the members of the council who will be engaged in conversation. We're also joined by Rich Harris and Sarah Silty, who are members of the support team supporting the council. So Rich, do you want to say hi? You there?
Hi, Rich Harris, Fish, Wildlife and Parks. I'm the Grizzly Bear Planning Coordinator.
Thanks, Rich. And Sarah, are you with us? All right. Well, Sarah's probably here too. I know she's been running back and forth trying to capture notes, but thanks for the support team members for listening. So the purpose of these conversations is to really advance some of the difficult conversations the council has been having on issues where there is some controversy or just different opinions. And the role of hunting certainly falls into that category. So we've had 1 hour of discussion on this topic, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with the notes that we took from that conversation and to provide an update to the public and to this group of council members. And then we'll figure out how to dive into that. So what the first conversation really focused on when they were thinking about the key issues and concerns was that there's really two different layers of conversation happening here. One is a values-based conversation, just recognizing that people are approaching this with different values, different traditions, different cultural points of view, and that we're probably not going to reach consensus on the role of hunting as a council of 18 diverse members representing diverse values and different perspectives on this. And so we should talk about that. We should talk about what those different value-based considerations are and why they're important to this statewide conversation on the role of hunting. And then the second piece of this conversation is really around, well, what are the roles and functions of hunting that are somewhat independent of that values-based, well, not independent of the values-based conversation, but more around management, more around the functional pieces. And these are built off of the existing considerations that were part of the working group documents that the working groups have been talking about for the last several months. And so what the first group did is they spent some time just talking about how do we structure this conversation to recognize those two different differences or those two different conversations that are happening. We did kind of just think about and talk about some of the different values that are informing it. We referenced another document that Working Group 1 had been working on that captured some values related to hunting. And then we worked through the existing working group document, the different roles and functions that were currently captured, and tried to reach consensus or at least advance conversation around each of those. So we discussed adding some additional context to some of them. We discussed deleting some of them or consolidating others. So with this working group, I'd like to suggest a similar approach that one, we test this idea with the working group that there are really two different layers of conversation or two different levels of conversation happening here, and that both of those are really important to the council's work. And then dive into a consideration of, well, how do we address and tackle both of those elements? So for those of you that are with us now, Jonathan, Michelle, Greg, Kristen, and Lawrence, how do you feel about that distinguishing or where that first working group landed in terms of distinguishing this conversation between those values-based components and the more functional components? Does anyone have any thoughts or feedback on that?
I'm happy to jump into it that way. I think it's a good separation of considerations.
Okay. Does anyone disagree with that approach? Maybe that's a better way to frame it.
I think I have to see what you're talking about because I really don't understand. But and I don't want it explained again because we don't have much time. But I think if we start jumping into it, maybe it'll make more sense to me.
Yeah. So I'll share with you guys and with the public a little bit about how the values-based conversation was coming forward. So in working group 1's work before today, they came up with a contextual clause that they put under the heading of the role of hunting that said, because we will not reach consensus on hunting, they didn't have this parenthetical. This topic should be presented as such and include opposing views and discussion for context and consideration. And then it went into, then their document continued through some of these roles and functions of hunting that were included in the working group consolidated document. They also had another framework document, which I'm going to switch over to here quickly. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen there and move to the other. Got quite a few different documents open here, so I want to make sure I can find the right one. And what this document, this is a working document from working group 1, and so it wasn't completely fleshed out, but they decided that for their group to move forward on the role of hunting, there were a number of different values and factors to consider, and they wanted to make sure that we articulated these and brought these into the conversation. So of the values they considered, they talked about tribal interests and cultural values, talked about hunters' interests, anti-hunting interests, Montanans' attitude, so what is it, the cultural traditions of Montanans, wildlife management, the role of hunting, allowing for population connectivity and natural expansion, and good decision-making rooted in fact with clearly stated objectives and guided by best available science. So those were kind of the interests, the values that they wanted to make sure the council members brought into the conversation. And then from the conversations they had, they said there's some factors to consider as well. And again, these are based on conversation and there aren't references here to specific documents, but I think they speak to some of the things that group was talking about. So they were thinking that, hunting hasn't been proven to reduce conflicts in many cases. It may increase social tolerance. Can hunting be done in a way that maintains a stable population? If hunting occurs only in areas where there is an accurate population estimate. So some of these specific factors, I don't necessarily want to walk through each of those, but just to share this as a way that they were thinking about values and factors informing this conversation. And then the objectives are more the functional piece. So how do we, if there are pieces that regardless of some differing values among council members, they can agree on some objectives. If there were to be a hunt, what might some of those look like? And so they talked about maintaining a stable, not decreasing population, meeting demographic goals for connectivity and other things, allowing for recreational hunting for those that find that that's an important piece of their life and livelihood, potentially as an objective to increase social tolerance and to increase our understanding, so to provide data for research purposes. So that's a little bit more about where that conversation is starting from, so that there's some background and some rationale to the recommendations that are included. So I'm going to go back to the notes document now.
So I kind of feel I'm actually from working group 1, but I've missed probably about the last month of our meetings. And I don't really, I feel kind of funny about like I don't really know if I agree with the value-based conversation piece. It kind of seems like it's like things have just been worked out to understand and to put hunting into context, the pros and the cons, and I don't really know if it belongs, or even that this little statement here needs to be said that we will not reach consensus. I guess I kind of have some resistance to going along with any of that. I don't really think any of it really belongs. That's not, I'm not saying this the way that I want to, but I don't think it's as relevant. I think it's good information. Don't get me wrong. I think it's good to have a basis so that we can frame our thinking, but I don't necessarily think it belongs.
Yeah. No, thanks, Kristen. I think that's really helpful insight. And I think that's the question in some ways in front of the council. We want to make sure that these ultimate recommendations are grounded in good process and good discussion. And I think that framework helps provide one guiding or some guiding principles for that conversation and some of the elements that go into it. I think the question now is how do we capture that in the recommendations that come forward? And is there value in putting in some sort of statement around how council members do bring different values into this conversation and may not be on the same page around the role of hunting. So I think the question is how do we actually bring that forward?
Sean, can I add a thought to another bullet under potential objectives? Or at least maybe one just to throw out to this small group, but as a potential objective, I would think that providing a source of funding for grizzly bear conservation that's consistent with, our current models of funding game species. But that's left out of that list, but I do think that hunting should be considered a way to provide some amount of funding for ongoing research, monitoring, and conservation.
I think it talked about research already, but Ken in his presentation said it wouldn't bring in that much money because it'd be so limited.
But
so I don't know.
And I do get that, but I mean, isn't that how we fund the bulk of our wildlife management for other hunted? I just don't think it should be left out of the discussion as that is an objective of hunting, I think.
Yeah, and I guess that's where I think we need to find other sources for funding, because I think constantly saying we have to have hunting in order to fund something creates this snowball that never ends. And, maybe it's not, scientifically it's not appropriate in some senses because we're trying to increase human safety, all of these things. And we sat there and listened to a presentation that basically said it did not bring any of these results. And I have a hard time creating that necessity, and I think when the whole North American model was created, it was this idea that we've got these people that might help conserve animals and wildlife and habitat. And Aldo Leopold was a big part of that. And right before he died, he kind of said, this is trouble because hunters have certain values of their own and they don't necessarily protect the broad range. And as a matter of fact, it's really hurt large carnivores in the long run. So yeah, I just have a hard time with that kind of, this pays for that. So because they have more control and they have different values than maybe wildlife viewers, etc.
I completely, my statement's completely value free, but just as an item under potential objectives, it would be irresponsible not to list a funding source, regardless of whether or not, it's just like the same as we can do research without hunting, but that's listed as a potential objective as well. So there's lots of things that can be done outside of hunting, but within the discussion, I think that can't be overlooked as a reason to put a hunt in or a potential objective of a hunt.
Yeah, I think this is really good conversation. And I just wanted to share that in our last hour of conversation, group 3 had added a piece that maybe provides a specific recommendation around what this might look like if there were to be some funding included or a funding element in the guidance, that maybe a separate fee should be added to black bear and grizzly bear hunting tags that would go directly to bear management and conservation. We had some discussion around why it would be attached to both bear tags, and it was around kind of how money is currently captured and how it flows. And so maybe there's some opportunity for discussing that too. But I think this, and there is another conversation around the role of funding generally. I think one of the considerations there is, if we are talking about resourcing for all of these, should we talk about funding for conflict, for hunting, for all of those? I think it's a really good conversation. So it is good to flag it, but I think your point, Michelle, was really good too. In this case, we did hear a lot of information around how, at least in Montana, the potential source or the potential amount of funding from a hunt really wouldn't help address the need in any real significant way. So we need to think beyond just that, or even if that's the most appropriate way to think about it. But really good conversation.
Sean, I think that initially, like Ken McDonald said, that it wouldn't amount to much in the way of funding. But as the population increases and spreads out farther, I think he was talking about 5 or 6 permits initially, something like that. But that over time could change as the population increases, and therefore the funding source could become more dollars.
And also with the funding source, you could be looking at a non-refundable fee to apply for the drawing, a $10 or $15 fee that's non-refundable, and you'd end up with thousands of people potentially applying, and yet they know they don't get that fee back. That could be used also.
Yeah, I just think that well, I mean, I'm going beyond the funding issue, but I looked at some statistics, and hunting's going down in popularity. Wildlife viewing is going up in popularity, and I think we'd be much better funding the conservation of wildlife through people that have different values. If we're talking about values, I mean, they have a say too. And I think when you start talking about this is how we can pay for things, then you're giving control to one group over another, and I just don't think that should happen.
So just on that point, Michelle, are you suggesting not thinking about the role of funding within the resourcing and funding conversation within the role of hunting conversation, and bringing that into that broader resource and funding conversation, or?
Well, I'm just saying how limited, by using funding as a justification for hunting, you are taking out the values of people that don't feel comfortable with hunting. There was a US Census Bureau in 2016. I'll try to find my notes, but I can give you a somewhat of a gist. So 2016, 71% of people felt that sport hunting was immoral, and that's huge. And the bear is in the National Public Trust, and I know it's a Montana thing, but still we need to take into consideration the feelings of people throughout the nation that also own this bear and this public trust.
They own the bear, but they aren't helping pay for any of the cost of it. It's just like all the bears I had up here. Everybody thought that was great and honky-dory and everything, but nobody gave me any money or compensated. I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars over that 25 years. And yeah, they're everybody's bears, but nobody wants to help out with them. They all want to look at them, but nobody wants to contribute anything to support them or pay for depredation.
Yeah, and I feel that, Greg, and that's what I want to, I'd like to change the funding source so these people that take value in the existence of bears are paying for it. That's why I get concerned about saying hunting is a way of paying. I'd like to see other people that have a different interest in bears contribute to compensation, etc.
Yeah.
Got two thoughts. First, sorry if someone else want to jump in.
Yeah, just to jump in on this. So I think this is a really good conversation. And I think, Michelle, you're getting at the heart of some of the values-based elements that are embedded in this. And I think what we talked about in the first group and maybe instructive here is for us to think of in these different compartments, recognizing that all these different values are important and they're going to influence and affect the way that members of the public and you as council members approach this topic. And I think where we were looking for direction for guidance to the governor's office and the management agencies is really more aligned with some of these functional pieces, but we want to find a way to talk about those value-based pieces too. And so the way I was thinking about or hearing that piece around funding being brought forward was not that funding should be a justification for hunting, but that if hunting were to move forward, how do we find different ways to pay for the management of it in a way that works for everyone? So I know there are some real nuanced elements of this too, but I think that speaks directly to some of the challenges we're facing around the role of hunting and some of the values-based conversation elements and some of the other more functionally related conversation elements. Jonathan?
As far as the funding, I mean, I don't think any particular area should be burdened with the complete responsibility. And so, for example, if we need $1 million, I'd rather get 10,000 from 100 different areas than try to find someone that's just going to cough up all of that. And especially if it's just taxes, where we can, everyone that feels ownership pays for it. I mean, that can't happen either. So that's just my thought of needing to diversify shouldn't count out certain things that would have a contribution. And then Michelle, as to the statistics that you were talking about, something that I've kind of had a trouble with reading through so many of these great, we've had a ton of comments about hunting, and I just wonder, how are we differentiating, trophy hunting from sport hunting from some other kind of hunting? And if someone's opposed to trophy hunting, do they still support hunting that's not specifically for a trophy? But those values can really get into splitting hairs on that. And I do have a hard time understanding the differences of people's approach or understanding of what a hunt might entail.
Yeah, I can see that, but hunting is going downhill. Here's another survey that's gone from 13% to 9% in, from 1991 to 2016. Hunting is not increasing, it's decreasing. And to me, that shows even a stronger trend on attitudes towards it. And subsistence hunting, I have no problem with. I'm not against that, but I just don't see a reason to hunt an animal for no reason. I just can't see it.
I agree that I wouldn't list grizzly bear as a species under like a subsistence hunting quarry, but just those things though, it's like, are we against the specific killing of it for a hide versus if someone were to hunt it for food? I mean, and it's really just about the comments that we've received and trying to understand what it is that they're trying to resist or what they do or don't support.
Yeah.
To be able to fully understand what the values around the issue are.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest just a pathway forward here, maybe to help ground the conversation, and it's to go back to the work that you guys have done so far in your working groups and bring that forward and see if that provides a platform for us to work through some of this. And it also brings forward the conversation that that first group had, and so we can kind of talk about where they landed and how to layer your thoughts on top of theirs. Does that work for you guys?
Yeah, I think, Sean, this is Charlie. I just jumped in on your guys' discussion because it may be of some value. And as you were saying earlier, I mean, this is probably one of the trickier conversations to have, and in terms of the people do have different values, opinions about hunting grizzly bears, and I think that the nuance of this is to try to move into the more, if there were to be hunting, what would be an appropriate ethical way to do it, and you know, the mechanics of it. You know, just for us, Rip, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, where hunting is a big part of our cultural fabric, and also, you know, recognizing we serve more than just hunters and anglers. I mean, we realize this is a really a delicate discussion. You know, if the council appears to be on a track where they likely wouldn't come to consensus on the whether we should or should not hunt bears at such time if they're delisted, that the value added discussion therefore is probably more around the topic of, if there were to be a hunt, how would that occur, and in a fashion that would yield the most, you know, appeal to the most people. So I know that's a tough way to frame that discussion, but that's kind of how the agency has been looking at that in terms of trying to interpret the governor's executive order. I hope that helps you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie, for framing that in that way. And I think the council members themselves have basically said, you know, that it's very difficult for them to come up to a consensus on that first question of whether there should or should not be a hunt, but they have moved into that second conversation of trying to provide guidance in the event that it does occur. And I think where we're struggling is trying to provide a platform and a voice for both of those pieces in a way that's fair and reflective of where the council is. And so some of the groups are moving towards recognizing at least that this values-based conversation is important and is very difficult to resolve because of the fact that it's values laden, but that they do want to provide guidance in the event that something, you know, that a hunt were to occur sometime in the future. So I think we're trying to thread that needle. Oh, you're on mute there.
It's a tricky needle yeah, for sure, no doubt about it. And I mean, even within the hunting world, not every hunter is an advocate of hunting grizzly bears, and some are passionate and want to. So I mean, it's full of nuances. I just was wanting to recognize that, you know, that it is nuanced, and for us that, you know, the hunting piece is a real part of trying to figure out how to look forward to managing bears.
Yeah. Thanks again, Charlie. Michelle, it sounded like you were going to weigh in.
Well, I don't want, if we start saying, well, if there is a hunt, this is what we recommend, aren't we pretty much saying, well, there's going to be a hunt, and I guess we reach consensus on that. And I don't want it to be misinterpreted. And I think that the way the ARM is written, it's going to pretty much force a hunt once they're delisted, which I think doesn't make sense to me, just because it's not based in science. And so if we say, well, if there is a hunt, how is that interpreted and how will it be taken? Well, we have these ideas from the Citizens Council. To me, once that hunt goes into effect down the line, I guess I don't want my recommendations to be used to help justify it. And I think that at that time, it'll go before the Fish and Wildlife Commission. It will be a part of public comment. I would rather have that public comment have hold weight and more weight than what we say here. And so, because things will have changed a lot from now till then.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Michelle. I think other people are in a similar position, trying to provide meaningful guidance, trying to capture concerns that they have or personal positions that they feel strongly about. So I think that's exactly why we're having this conversation, so that feels right to everyone, or tries to provide a pathway forward. I think that's why Working Group 1 started thinking about that framework approach, so that they could think about the different interests involved and the different factors that are at play. I think a lot of the different working group conversations have focused on some of these roles and functions. And so I think others are seeing value in providing that direction should there be a hunt. And I guess we're looking to all of you to help address some of those tensions and find a pathway forward. And I think what you're saying, Michelle, is that maybe another pathway forward is for the council to provide guidance on process, which is to say this is the decision for the commission, and we have some thoughts about how that should play out. So I think there are a number of different pathways forward here that merit conversation. I am curious to know if you guys want to work through these different statements that were included from the working group documents, or if you want to talk about anything else that might be on your mind first. Kristen, are you weighing in, or is that just Oakley saying hi?
That's just just the baby.
Well, that was the diversion we needed, though. Thank you.
Well, and one comment I'd like to make, in regards to hunting, the guy from Alaska talked about how they needed to have bear hunts up there and stuff to strengthen the moose and caribou in that population because of how many calves that are born that are killed by the bears and stuff. And as our elk population is dwindling constantly, the wolf is the one that's catching all the heat for that now. But there has to be a fair amount of calves, whether they're elk, moose, even deer fawns, that are being destroyed by bears. So, I mean, we have to find a balance and some way to balance all that out. And when that point comes that we have that many bears, are we going to continue to let them expand and end up losing our moose population or our elk population?
Yeah, I think this is a complicated conversation for sure, Craig. And we want to be thinking about all those different dynamics and systems dynamics and interactions. I guess I'm looking to you guys for a way forward. So how do you want to address the role of hunting, given that you're on different pages here? And Michelle, I guess I look to you for some guidance here. What would your proposal be for the council to address this, seeing that they're being asked to in the governor's executive order? Well, I
mean, I would say that the role of hunting does not, and I've said this before, does not maintain and enhance human safety. It does not ensure a healthy and sustainable grizzly bear population. It doesn't improve timely and effective response. It doesn't engage all partners. That's what I would say. I just don't see it having a role as a tool to fulfill our strategic objectives as a council.
Michelle, my question, so we have 9,478, 87 comments, and I would guess probably 3,000 of those, I mean, that number doesn't matter, but a good amount are about hunting. And so I feel if we were to just remain silent on the whole issue, or say that grizzly bear hunting could never be considered, I think we would be doing a disservice to the public who has shown a great interest in that topic and shared their desire for us to give some guidance. And I mean, so whether the guidance is no, never, or some, well thought out ideas from the council, I do think it's an important topic for us that more than anything else has been asked for us to consider.
Well, we've been asked to consider the role of hunting. Does it have a role? I mean, that's also considering the role of hunting. I think we should work through these and look at them, because I think we're spinning in circles here. But yeah, I would say a good portion of the public is concerned that we are saying that there's a role of hunting in grizzly bear management. You know, I mean, and I would say, just from what I've gone through so far, the majority are saying that they are concerned that we might consider hunting grizzly bears as having a role, or saying it has a role. So, I mean, that's, how are we honoring them if we say that hunting has a role in the management? You know, that's the other side of the coin, I suppose.
Yeah, I think you're right, Michelle, that what we don't want to do, recognizing that this is a really difficult conversation, probably the hardest conversation in front of the council right now, and the way it's framed and the amount of public interest and comment on it. How do we work through it in a way that honors all those different perspectives and recognizes that it's not just the role of hunting, but every action that we take has, you know, it can be looked at through different lenses, and the roles may influence and affect different objectives positively or negatively, or may have no effect. So I think what you're talking about in terms of thinking about is hunting effective in these different areas is a good lens to look through. I do think it would be helpful just to at least start going through these and see how those help ground the conversation a little bit, and whether they reflect those multiple perspectives or not. And that might be a way to bring the values piece into the functional piece a little bit, but we can at least try it. So for example, in the working group documents, one of the first statements under the role of hunting was that hunting should be considered as a management tool using best available science to determine limited quota hunts. A lot of people had a question around the direction of that. Should be considered sounded like it was a decision that was saying that should or is supposed to happen. And so the first working group conversation said, well, maybe hunting may be considered as a management tool, but they were uncomfortable with the word should. So I think in some ways that gets captured in some of the values conversation we're having here. So they said maybe that becomes part of a value statement if it's part there. Others in that working group conversation said, you know, it really needs to be part of this functional conversation too. So any thoughts or reflections from this group on just that overarching statement about hunting as a management tool, whether it should be or may be considered?
Sean, my sense is that it should be considered, and you got number 73 and 75. How many are there? I mean,
it goes to 85.
Oh,
so there's quite a few of these, but this is directly from the working group documents.
Working group number 1.
This is from working group number 3, was the one we were basing our conversation from in that first hour.
I don't think we need to get hung up on consider, should or could or would, or I think just may be considered and leave it at that. I mean, I guess I'm not a big one on words. The difference between the two to me doesn't make a lot of sense.
I have a hard time with should, and I also have a hard time with using the best available science to determine limited quota hunts. I would say using the best available science to determine whether it's appropriate, given the goals of management. You know, I have a hard time that's the only thing we're going to use the best available science for, is just to determine how many bears we can kill. It should rather be, to determine whether it's appropriate.
Yeah, so these are exactly the kind of things we're thinking about. So I think more people are moving into this space of feeling comfortable with may be considered rather than should be considered. Lawrence, you felt maybe should felt more comfortable for you. the use of best available science has come up a few times, but for what purpose? Is it around determining quota hunts or whether it's appropriate at all? So I think we want to capture some of these, and maybe this is an area where we don't have agreement, but it's important to capture the differences that all of you see.
And that's a clarifier I want to check. If we start wordsmithing, does that mean we're saying, yes, this is consensus of this group?
No, so I've got 3 different areas on this document. This is just our key issues and concerns section. I have a whole other section that's currently blank, I think, on potential area. Oh, there's one idea. Potential areas for common ground or resolution of these. So someone in the first group said maybe there's value in building out that framework that group 1 started and work group 1 started, and saying maybe that's somehow integrated into this consolidated document or used as an appendix to the document. So that's, all of this is just up for conversation now. There's been no resolution.
Okay.
So the first group said that they recommended striking the next one, which was around given complete recovery and monitoring for sustainable populations in the 4 recovery ecosystems. They just thought that was really detailed and had a lot of specific pieces in it that were either uncertain or felt more like what would happen if there were some sort of future planning effort around conservation management and hunting. And so they didn't think it was really a good fit for the council. So they recommended deleting that one.
Sean, that was from group 2's original document. And then in the second one that we just created, we just said when and where appropriate, allow for carefully managed hunting. So it's just a lot less specific and kind of open-ended to the situation. Otherwise, I would support continuing to strike that one out.
Jonathan, do you think your when and where appropriate comment is similar to 73, or is it you were thinking?
Yeah, I think it's saying the same thing, of just like, really just that it should be on the table for consideration at some point if appropriate.
And did you guys talk about what appropriate means?
We did not define it in that document, and I wouldn't make any assumptions as what the others meant, but I think the beginning of 74 kind of leads to what we're appropriate meant was, complete recovery and sustainable populations would possibly be an appropriate scenario.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So are there any other comments so far? It's good to know the origins of that one, Jonathan, and kind of where you guys landed. The next one was focused on the original statement was that, and I don't know if this was in all of them or just working group 3s, but there will be no hunting of any grizzly bear population until Endangered Species Act protections were removed. And the conversation was really around, well, is that even necessary? And the comment was brought forward that I guess in Wyoming, the Wyoming legislature put forth a proposal for a hunt even while some protections were in place. And so the thought here was that if the council would like, you can be very explicit in saying that there will be no hunting until those protections are removed. And the conversation, the first hour was saying that they agreed to that, but also wanted some additional clarifying language saying that there'll be no hunting of any specific populations until protections are removed from that recovery area. Does that make sense to you guys, or do you want to add to or provide any response to that?
Well, the problem with hunting around a recovery area that has been, I guess that if this is, I'm assuming this is if Yellowstone or the NCDE are able to convince the courts that the law allows them to remove protections from a specific area, once again, that hunting around that specific area precludes connectivity. I mean, it really, it would be very hard to guarantee that hunting could be done in a way that would allow bears that need to travel back and forth to travel back and forth.
Mhm. Yeah, thanks, Michelle. I think that's taking this one step further. This is just providing direction to the state, to the legislature, that even before that, that you guys are suggesting there should be no hunting until those protections are removed. And so I know that it implies that next step would also be taken, but I think the intent here was just to signal to decision makers in the Montana legislature that from the Citizens Council perspective, you guys wouldn't want there to even be that consideration.
Yeah, but when as soon as you put specific and from that recovery area, then you change it.
Okay, so I understand how some of that clarifying language changes the population areas that this applies to, but it's still focused on not hunting for the.
Sean, to me, it's implied that an animal protected by the Endangered Species Act cannot be hunted. Now, I think if I'm incorrect in that understanding, or if we feel that the Endangered Species Act is in danger of not including that protection, I think it's important to have a statement in there. But otherwise,
I think
it was.
I think that was it. And Rich, if you're still on the line, I think it's pretty nuanced, but that there are some exceptions where there could be hunting under the ESA. And so I think this was clarifying it.
Correct. Correct. It's very unlikely, but technically it is possible to have a hunt under endangered species or threatened species status. It actually happened in Montana 34 years ago. So so there is some content to that statement if you want to include it. That makes sense?
Thanks.
And I think that was the intent, and I know it is a little nuanced, but. So I can make a note here, Michelle, that this is also tied to the conversation around connectivity, and that's another concern of the council and objective.
Yeah, and I'm fine with the statement, just not when you start saying specific populations and recovery areas. I mean, I think until we have a fully recovered population throughout, hunting is problematic. And the history of hunting in Montana with the ESA was they had hunting for 10 years and the numbers continued to drop. As a matter of fact, the statistics show that 48% of human-caused mortalities at that time was due to hunting. And so it was not managing the numbers. So that's my concern, that trying to do a hunt within the ESA was not successful in the past. And so I hesitate to allow it in the future.
Okay, now that's helpful to clarify. So I'm just going to put a note in here that there is disagreement around that specific population area language.
Great.
But that you're okay with the no hunting provision otherwise. Group 1 didn't have, or that first hour conversation didn't have any issues with 76 or 77. 76 says any grizzly bear hunt should be managed by the park or by Fish, Wildlife and Parks to ensure and maintain a healthy grizzly bear population. So again, this is under the assumption that there would be a hunt that it should be managed for those objectives of ensuring and maintaining a healthy bear population, and that messaging to the public should establish that hunting will not replace the need for conflict prevention. You guys like to comment on either of those?
Those two work for me.
Yeah, they work for me too.
I don't know. I'm just finding a lot of, I guess, I just don't know that what the need is for certain of these. For some of these, they seem really redundant or like not necessary.
Yeah, I think what's difficult about this role of hunting exercise in particular is that the objective or the criteria or the strategies that are embedded in these conversations have emerged through your working group conversations. And so some of them are saying similar things in different ways, and some of them are carrying forward some of the values and trying to embed those into some recommendations. And so I think there are a number of different things happening here. I think it's great to bring them all forward for conversation and for the public to see and to weigh in on. But I think we have some work moving forward from here to think about how do we address all these different pieces. One of the recommendations that Rich made in our first hour of conversation, which I think is a good one, is whether we include it in the final document or as an attachment for the recommendations that move forward, it'd be good to have a need or a purpose attached to them so that we understand the why behind each of them, to your point, Kristen.
If it was up to me, I think I would probably take both of those out. Fish, wildlife, and parks, that's their job, is to manage and conserve all of these different populations, wildlife populations. And the 77 about establishing that hunting will not replace the need for conflict prevention. I don't think there's that assumption is out there, but maybe it is. I'm not saying it's bad information. I just don't think that I would remove it. I don't know what the intent is of it. Maybe it can be combined with another suggestion.
I would like to see it say messaging to the public should establish that hunting does not improve or does not reduce conflict. I mean, that's what the science shows, and people should be aware of that. And I noticed reading a lot of the pro-hunting messaging or pro-hunting comments, it was, we've got all kinds of conflicts, so we need to hunt the bears. And so it seemed like there's a general perception that hunting will somehow stop conflict, and that has not been proven scientifically at all. And I think people need to understand that so they don't feel like not allowing hunting somehow will increase conflict, and it has not been shown to do that.
I think I can just see the same thing with lots of other situations, like not hunting situations, but like bear spray or electric fence. But I don't think it's necessary to put a clause in with each of these different topics about specifically how on the specifics, the details of it. And maybe I might be the only one that thinks that, but I just feel like it's I don't see it as a huge thing. I get what you're saying, Michelle, but I don't.
Yeah, I get what you're saying too, but I think education is so important for people to understand all the nuances of managing grizzly bears. And I think that is a misconception that's held quite strongly in Montana, and somehow, somewhere needs to be taken into account.
I have no issue with the content, and I think that's establishing a fact that that it doesn't reduce conflict. However, I'm kind of with Kristen on that. I think this level of minutia is the kind of thing that'll keep us from making a document in the end. And there's probably dozens of little pieces of information like that that could go under any heading. It seems like kind of a bottomless hole to get down into all of that stuff. Not to say I disagree with what it says, but just as to whether or not it an effective recommendation, at least under hunting. I mean, maybe more under our thoughts of what effective education would look like, but
Yeah.
I don't know if it fits here.
Yeah, and I think, Jonathan, you're speaking to the direction that your group took as a whole, which was to try to consolidate and just bring forward a really brief statement about most of the key issues in front of the council. Was that one statement about when and where appropriate the only statement your working group made about hunting?
It was, and I would say 76 is another alternative definition, or, you know, something that might be that appropriate measure. And so we did want to leave that fairly general because, like Michelle said, it's going to go through a commission and public comments and biological review. And so we figured we'd let those entities determine what's appropriate or not. But, you know, so for our group, it was like, yeah, we should keep it on the table. It's definitely something that should be considered, but we're not qualified to say what the details of that should look like.
No, that's a good input and feedback, because I wonder if that, as a council as a whole, maybe that's closer to where you end up landing. I think all of these different discussion points are really valid and important in informing that conversation, but it does need to eventually lead towards something. And so it's interesting that that's where your group landed, saying that the processes that are in place and the expertise that's in place to address that seems like it works for your group. So one way to be thinking about it would be if there's something that you feel is deficient in the existing process, that could be a place to make a recommendation. Okay, any other thoughts on 76, 77, or just in general? And I think we're getting close to the end of the hour here, so want to thank you guys for this conversation, and we'll have a chance to kind of just check in with each of you on where you want to go next. I did want to just share one more from this morning, because it did seem like it was an interesting example of the conversation we had this morning, and it was around 78, which was a recommendation or suggestion that if a hunting period or season were to occur after delisting, that it should roll out slowly and be possibly delayed. And we had a long conversation around how they got to that point, and people had a whole bunch of different reasons, including just a shift in management from federal to state, and that would take time, that there were lessons learned from the wolf delisting example and how that played out, and some lessons learned from just that example, that there are lots of values embedded in the recommendation. And so working through that, working through the process that FWP and the commission would work through would just take a lot of time. And so people had a whole bunch of different rationales and reason behind that, but they all agreed that if that were to move forward after delisting, that it should be a slow and deliberate process. So I thought that was just an interesting nuance. I'm not sure, again, to your broader conversation, if this is something that ends up coming forward in the form of a recommendation, but was a helpful conversation this morning. Any thoughts or reflections on that point?
I think that's up to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I mean, again, I think we're trying to micromanage everybody, not just Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, but everybody during this process, whether it's the bear managers or landowners or the different agencies. And they do have a very conservative hunting plan if hunting is ever, there is a hunting season ever implemented. I don't know. I would have to hear a lot more to I'm not disagreeing with it, with the information, kind of like Jonathan was saying earlier. I don't actually disagree with any of this. I just don't see getting back to tying hands. I think that's kind of what we're doing, and I think we need to be careful with what we do say.
Well, good. Well, thanks, Kristen. It looks like we're being rejoined by some of the other members. So I'm going to go ahead and close this now and say thanks to all of you for your thoughts and your considerations here. Thanks to members of the public for joining in and being a part of this. Obviously, a really difficult conversation, an important one, and look forward to ongoing conversations throughout the day and moving forward around how the council and the public thinks about this important question around the role of hunting. So I'm going to stop my screen share here and go back to the group as a whole.
Kristen, it's great to see you.
Hey, I'll show the baby.
Yay, show the baby.
Oh, she's getting a little cranky. She's huge. She's a chunk.
Pounds? Gorgeous. How many pounds, Kristen?
She was almost 9 pounds. She was like half ounce off, and she's probably a little over 10 now. But she's gaining phenomenally. They measured her before I had her, and they thought she was going to be like close to 10 pounds. So I had a C-section. So I'm still recovering, but I'm recovering okay.
Good seeing you.
Yeah, it's good seeing you and good seeing the baby. You look like you're doing incredibly well. So best of luck.
Doesn't she look just like me?
She looks just like her dad. She looks nothing like me.
She's white like me though, so.
I'm sorry, Trina, but you cannot take credit for that much cute. You just
Are you saying I'm ugly, Michelle?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that's totally cute. And I don't think any of us could take credit for it.
She is absolutely adorable.
Cameron, go snag your baby. Let's see. Let's just get all these babies in here.
Yeah.
Trina, go get a cow.
Oh, do you want my baby? She's 12.
It's baby time.
Somebody else go get a chicken or,
It's a
you
good
know.
break. I have my puppy in my lap right here.
Oh,
there you go.
Wait, stick it back up there. Come on.
Did one of you go grab a bear cub?
Okay, that's ridiculous cuteness right there,
Caroline
Sean.
has her dog. Yay. Go, Caroline.
Sean, what kind of dog is that?
It's a little French bulldog puppy.
Okay.
What's its name?
Hugo.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, it's good to have a little diversion here, especially since our conversation's been so serious this morning. But before
Cameron, she's getting so big.
Oh wow. Yeah.
You have to say something, Cameron, so you come up.
Cameron's on
Get
mute.
yourself off mute, Cameron.
Sorry, I'm on mute. There she is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Big.
Getting big.
Look at
Yeah.
Oh my
You
goodness.
can cry?
Oh.
Yeah.
That's how
Trina, you did it again.
There you go, Heath. You made her cry.
All right, time for me to go.
Back to mom.
So before lunch here, I do want to check in on each of the conversations this morning. So I'm going to ask the facilitators just to share a couple of high-level observations and thoughts around their conversation, and then check in with all of you on the process and just see if we're making good progress and need to make any tweaks as we move into the afternoon. So Dylan, you're on the hot seat here with the number 1 behind your name. So how's your conversation going?
Great. Our conversation has been awesome related to conflict response and prevention. We could have used the rest of the day to talk through each of those groups' ideas, and I'll just try to give a quick summary. We spent a lot of time talking about the compensation and what does that program look like? What are the needs and some resolutions around it, and agreement that crop damage should be considered as well, and that we maybe need to just do a little more research about what requirements are currently in place for anyone who may be having crop damage related to large carnivores. And then if we wanted to recommend something, or if the council wanted to recommend something to provide compensation, what would that look like? How would we kind of get into those finer points like they already do with the livestock loss program? But just recognizing that there's damages associated with large carnivores beyond just livestock. But then the related to livestock, Cole mentioned kind of an ongoing conversation with a group that's kind of referred to as kind of the compensation and prevention working group. And they're kind of really diving into some of the details on what are the limitations for the Livestock Loss Board? Does it need to clarify some of its authority? If it were to look at a multiplier, how would they define that multiplier? And it seems like, maybe reverse engineering some of the issues to find out what that number could be. I'm trying to read through 1,300 words and keep it coherent here, so I apologize. And that separating out prevention and compensation as focuses for that group, what would that look like? Looking at what works, like the Blackfoot Challenge, which is commonly referred to, and how that's a really effective community-based organization, and they get a lot of good work done there. And so how do you prop up more of those watershed groups? How do you create more of that success story right there across the state? And so trying to kind of dive into those details a little bit is what our discussion's centered on. I will, I could keep talking about that, but I'll just kind of keep moving on. Some of the areas of common ground is that we need robust education and outreach, and that I&E, information education, really needs to be focused on and efficient and consistent, and that everything from trailhead signs to airport information to campgrounds, businesses, some ideas were brought up about that. And that was agreed upon as just, yeah, we need to do that. We need to focus on that. Also, there was broad agreement that just one size doesn't fit all in terms of conflict response and or compensation, that there's not going to be a one size fits all solution for responding to individual compensation claims. And there's not going to be a one size fits all policy for conflict response that's going to be effective. And so recognizing that kind of helps inform where they want to go with some recommendations. And our last group ended, I'll end with this one. They just, Chad brought up some really good points about how we talk often about livestock responding to that, but just other attractants also have needs and issues like sanitation, obviously. And some communities have bear-proof containers and others don't, but need them. And how do you try to encourage more of that? So that was a very long stream of consciousness, but hopefully that made sense. Lots of really good discussion though in our group.
Awesome. Thanks, Dylan, for that summary. Great to hear about all the good ideas emerging and areas of agreement there too. Let's see, group 2, Vivica, you were on resources, correct?
Yeah, and we also had some really good discussions and talked about a lot of the same things, it sounds like, that Dylan just brought up, that we need resources for those things. So there was a lot of overlap in those discussions. So I'm not going to go through that list, but I do want to bring up something that emerged, especially in the second group discussion, was just this idea that the first group had really developed a good list in that first section of topics and issues. And the first group had observed that because those showed up on those lists, there was probably also a lot of agreement that those are areas that we all feel commonly on. We didn't spend a lot of time in the first group on diving into disagreement, just merely because we ran out of time. But we made that observation. But then the second group looked at that and said, oh gosh, a lot of that's already in our consolidated document, which is great and validating. And we tried to go back through and add things that maybe weren't, or maybe we wanted to point out needed some further discussion. But that group also wondered if this afternoon, maybe we could ask more pointed, seems sort of a funny word, but really direct questions about where, and I think this is what the group discussions intend to get at, but maybe we've spent extra time this morning re-identifying issues that live in that consolidated document. And so this afternoon, could we really highlight those strong yeses, those strong disagreements, and anything that's missed? And I think that's anything that's missed is key. So can we refer to that consolidated document? Can we refer to the group notes from the morning and really just try to jump straight to what isn't there that we need to spend some time discussing at some point here in the next meeting agendas. So, that was just the group's discussion. Was kind of curious if other groups who are having that same discussion or if it might direct a little bit of our afternoon work. And yeah, I think those were the high points. Good discussions. I thought it worked well. Everybody was engaged.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Vivica. And it is interesting, even though you're entering these conversations at different points, they are additive and iterative. And so you'll see a progression like Vivica is talking about, where if you were in the group throughout the day, you'd probably be seeing that in real time and start at the beginning and see the issues, see the areas of agreement and disagreement. But the point here is that you're all doing that on different themes throughout the day. So it does all add together and stitch together. So that progression is important. Glad to see it's happening. Thank you. Heather, how's the conversation around where bears should be going?
It's a tough conversation. And I think that, there's, in the first group, we really were able to talk about some areas of common ground that did come out of the working documents in terms of sort of similar to our conversation yesterday in terms of holistically across the state, but where we're really grappling in conversation and trying to sort of muck our way through is, what about the areas outside of the recovery zone? So the connectivity areas, should there be occupancy? Should it be an opportunity just for bears to move through? What do you do? How do those protocols look similar or different in terms from recovery areas? And then also, how do you define, how does the group talk about these different areas? So the core areas, the recovery zones are already defined. But how does the council want to talk about these areas in between, or areas that aren't necessarily connectivity, but where bears are expanding beyond the recovery zone? So still some hard conversation. I think some good questions that Cecily and Mark are continuing to pose to the council in terms of, okay, well, in this area, do you want occupancy, or is it just for them to move through? And then what happens when there's a conflict, and what are those protocols? Are those similar or different to the recovery areas? And so we're not getting into protocols per se, but sort of that higher level thinking of, how are these different areas different from recovery zones? So we're still going through that conversation, and similar to what Working Group 2 came up with in terms of how to articulate that. And then Cecily and Mark presented a couple of maps in terms of how to visualize those different areas. So that's what we're plugging through right now.
Nice. Well, thanks for that summary. Yeah, certainly one of the core issues in front of the council, and a lot to think about as that conversation unfolds. I've been helping facilitate a conversation around the role of hunting, and it too has been really challenging and maybe not surprising. It's one of the more value-based questions in front of the council members. And in fact, both of the conversations really started around that values-based question. And I think in many ways, I wouldn't say that we got tied up in it, but really are trying to figure out how to validate all those different issues and concerns and perspectives in a way that honors the question around whether or not there should be a hunt is different than talking about what a hunt might look like if there were to be a hunt, and how to bring forward a voice on behalf of the council that speaks to those different conversations and captures them in a way that's relevant and valid. And I think part of what I'm hearing and where I think the conversation may be going is just, Working Group 1 provided a framework that was helpful to think about, as well as some additional language, that just recognizing that one of the things the council might think about in terms of providing a recommendation to the governor, some guidance back to the governor, is that this question around the role of hunting may not be an issue that can be resolved by this council if we're just thinking about it as should there be hunting or whether there will be hunting, but that capturing that in and of itself is important, and saying that, reflecting Montana values and the different perspectives of people inside and outside the state, there are some really important considerations that go into that question. And then the the other question around, well, functionally, what are the objectives of a hunt? How might it be managed? How should we be thinking about the criteria that go into that and how it's funded and executed? You know, that those are separate questions, and really the conversation around those has been, well, how much direction should we provide to the governor's office and an FWP, or do we feel like a lot of the processes that are in place actually address most of those concerns already? So those are the nature of the conversation that we've had around the role of hunting. It's certainly been a really compelling conversation and really challenging to find the right voice right now, but I'm glad we're having the conversation, and I think we're making some good progress. So with that, any thoughts or reflections from council members, either on the scope of the conversation or on the process itself? We want to make sure that we make any adjustments needed for this afternoon based on your guidance. So any feedback, thoughts? Generally, is this working for people? If you think it's working, thumbs up, mostly? Okay.
My only note is just to try, we kind of realized we were trying to reinvent the wheel a couple times. So just to refer back to those multiple group consolidated documents to make sure that you're not spending a lot of time reinventing the wheel.
Good. Yeah, thanks, Aaron. We do want to tie this back to the work that's come before. So if those consolidated documents provide a good framework, we've certainly been referring to them and drawing upon those for the role of hunting conversation. Good. Well, good. Well, if anything comes up, you know, over the lunch hour and you want to check in privately by phone or in the chat box, or send a quick check-in based on your observations or your experience, please do that. Otherwise, we're about ready to take a lunch break here. I did see some conversation in the chat box around any maps that were coming forward, or I think there was also a question around bear cans, and Annie, you said that was maybe for Aaron and Chad. Did you want to bring that forward for the
No,
group?
it's more of a personal question for those two, if they could stay on right before lunch.
All right, Aaron and Chad, if you wouldn't mind doing that. Any other questions before we do take a break? All right, well, thanks for a great start to the day. I think these are really important conversations, so I'm glad we're making some time for them. If you want to stay on the line, that'd be great, so you can mute yourself or mute your video. But I think if you just stay on the Zoom room, that makes it easier for Charlie to get ready for the third breakout when we return from lunch. So let's try to return to our computers and our seats at 1 p.m. and we'll see you there.
Thank you. So Chad and Aaron.
Before you ask your question.
Yeah.
This is probably still live streaming. So if you don't want to make your question public, you might have to just do something different.
That's okay. I think it's an okay public question.
Okay.
I have a friend down the way who asked the tribal waste for a garbage can, and the response was they're not ordering anymore for a while, so he can't get one. Aaron, how would he get a hold of you? You guys, or like Chad, same thing. How would he, because he does need a bear can. He's on the Heart Butte cut across. And
so on my end, it's a little bit tricky if the hauler's not going to haul it. So I guess it would depend on.
You just got muted.
It would just depend on, so first you need to know what kind of can the person would need, and then we would need to know if the hauler will haul that type of can. So the problem is I wouldn't.
So on here, they just do it by hand. We don't have a machine that they just go up and across, like what I have is the one you stick your finger in. So a human has to get out of the truck, stick their finger in, open it, grab the garbage out. And so I think they would still haul it.
Sounds to me, Aaron, like they need a bear saver or a Kodiak. You're muted again for some reason.
Yeah, And the hauler doesn't have any? Is that the issue right now?
Yeah, they're not ordering them for a while, or they just don't
Hauler
have.
up there, Annie.
Same guy you talked to before, Dusty.
So it's Charlie?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't surprise me, Aaron, at all. It's it's through the tribe, and they bought a few containers a few years ago, and they didn't work, and they haven't done anything since.
Yeah. So, because he just
go ahead.
He just doesn't want to leave it. He doesn't want to have a non-bear can. He doesn't want to leave it in his garage because they do come on the cut across and they will pick up rubbish. They do. They don't have a can. So is there a grant or
I mean, there's potential funding available. The tricky thing about those cans is that if I don't order, say, a set of them, then it's shipping per can. The one thing I will say is Bill Lavelle out of Kalispell might have cans locally.
Okay.
So if he does, I can check with him. Let me check with him and see if he does. The problem is they're Kodiaks. And I don't know if your hauler will haul Kodiaks. So he might have to open the lid before the hauler comes, or so we just need to get some clarification on the type of can. The other thing we've had people do is build their own bear resistant cages for their cans outside. I can also send you pictures on that, like if he's handy or likes to weld or something.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a bunch of different options. Sometimes it's not as easy as just having the money to buy a can, I guess.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
Okay. No, and that's
Aaron, I if it's one can, I've got some Bear Savers, I've got some Kodiaks. I'd give him one. We'd have to figure out a way to get it from Missoula to East Glacier for him. I don't want you to have to go try to buy one can. I know how expensive they are, number one, and how much shipping is for them. So I'm more than willing to help out. But he's going to have to talk to the hauler and see if they're willing to, dump a Kodiak or a Bear Saver can. But I'll give you one.
Can you what's the difference in a Kodiak and a Bear Saver versus the kind that
$150?
Oh no, like
the latches.
Latches.
Okay.
The latches on a Bear Saver, there's 2 clips on top.
Okay.
That you have to manually get out of the truck and unhook. The Kodiaks are made for automated trucks where they just grab onto them and they've got a gravity lock in them and they just dump.
Yeah, we don't have a truck. So every time our garbage is getting picked up in East Glacier, there's a guy who gets out, sticks his finger in the hole, and then grabs our garbage out. So,
another person to talk to, Annie, if Tim might have a couple of them laying around, because Jamie down here has a pile of them that I've given him over the years. I'm wondering if Tim might have a couple.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Tim might have, or Mike.
Yeah, or Mike.
They're just closer. The other thing too is that those Kodiak cans might be in Kalispell, so that's a possibility too. So there's options.
Yeah, and he's building a house right now, so he's in Kalispell at the hardware store a couple times a week. Cool. Okay, thank you guys. I'll let Travis know that those are some spots to look into.
Yeah, and like I said, Annie, last resort, just let me know. I'll give him one. We just got to figure out a way to get it there.
Yeah, my in-laws live in Missoula, so we go down there relatively often.
Okay.
So thank you guys. Have a good lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Oh, Craig.
I want to know what Annie had for lunch. She's in a good mood.
That was because of Craig's music. I, just like yesterday, am eating my lunch now. I did not take a nap. Instead,
I was gonna say, are you napping again?
no. Today I harvested my microgreens. I was
Oh,
not
thank
napping, but I am eating lunch now.
Annie naps more than Cam's baby.
I love napping, and until I have babies.
What's that, Cam?
What were you saying? Did you say something about?
I said Annie's nap takes more naps than Cam's baby.
Yeah, no kidding.
And I said, damn right, until I have kids of my own, I'm going to take advantage of sleeping when I want, staying up when I want, and doing what I want.
There's nothing wrong with a nap after lunch, is there?
No, thank you, Greg.
But I missed mine today. I ate too much, so I didn't have time to take a nap.
I planning to have 1.5 hours or so.
Timing sounds perfect, Jonathan. Well, good. If you are back, it'd be helpful just to turn on your video if you have it, just so we can see. One of the things that makes the technology work for Charlie when he assigns us to rooms is to make sure that you're all live and accept his invitation. So we might just stall for a couple of minutes here until everyone comes back.
Live or alive?
I think both are useful.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, no, good.
I'm alive.
Chuck's alive. It's just really dark where he is.
And we are back live on YouTube too. So welcome back to the public. So for this afternoon, we'll just go through the steps that we'll run through here. We'll have 2 more rounds of these small group discussions via this World Cafe format, where you guys are shifting topic and shifting small group composition each hour and really working through some of the challenging issues that are in front of the council. The 4 that we've framed out for today are around conflict prevention and response, and Dillon's leading that conversation around resources, which VIVACA is shepherding. One around where bears should be, kind of the areas or the zones where bears might be, and how we think about those in terms of advancing the conversation and recommendations. And Heather's leading that conversation, and then I'm leading a conversation around the role of hunting. They've all been really interesting and really challenging conversations so far, and I think just for me, reflecting over the lunch hour, I think we're doing a couple of really important things. One, we're clarifying where people have thoughts or questions or how they're thinking about issues. And so we're not always driving towards resolution or next steps, but we're certainly informing all of those pieces of the conversation. And that's really important too. And I'm just really grateful that everyone's been able to think back to the conversations that we've had so far, reflect on your working group conversations and documents, and bring those conversations forward. So we're not starting from scratch. Certainly these are conversations that you guys have been having and are now advancing in really important ways. So thank you for that. I also had a chance over the lunch hour to just clarify with Charlie and with Martha a important nuance around the conversation with the role of hunting. So Charlie joined our conversation just in the hour before lunch and shared from the agency's perspective that one of the things that they're really thinking about is not necessarily this question of should there be a hunt or not, but in the event that there is a hunt, what direction would you want to provide to the agency or to the governor's office? And we had a conversation over the lunch hour with Director Williams, and she said, really, that's the charge in front of them too, and for a couple of different reasons. That this question of if there should be a hunt, whether there should be a hunt, is really a political question. It's a question that there's already a structure and format in place to address should that happen, and that it'd be really difficult, just given different values and perspectives of the public and people on this council, for the council to really talk or to resolve that does seem like an impossible task. We can talk about the components of that and why it's so difficult, and I think that's really important. But she said the question really in front of us is in the event that FWP has to provide regulations or structure or guidelines around what a hunt would look like, is there guidance that this council wants to provide in terms of, you know, ethical standards, approach, the role of science, other considerations like that? And so I just wanted to share that as a potential clarifying comment from the agency's perspective as we move forward. Charlie, did I capture that appropriately?
I think so, Sean. I mean, it's acknowledging that should grizzly bears be hunted or not is, I mean, you know, ultimately the rules for a hunting season would go through a public process with the Fish and Wildlife Commission. And I'm certain there'd be a lot of attention on the should there be hunting question. For the purpose of this council, talking about the role of hunting, the ethics of how a hunt might occur, the timing of it, etc. I think that's the part that the executive order lines out and would be of most value from this council, recognizing that it is a hard discussion, especially for some folks who are opposed to the hunting of grizzly bears. It's a tough one, I know.
Yeah, and so there are two parts to that conversation. I just want to be sure to clarify those. So that's the direction from the agency's perspective in terms of where they are and what would be most valuable and how they're looking at the guidance in the executive order. The other part of this conversation is just how you guys feel about hunting and the values that you hold and how you want to communicate those to the public. So we're talking about those two different tracks, as I alluded to before the lunch period, and I think both are still important, but did want to clarify that on behalf of the department's perspective, that's really where they're looking for guidance. And if the council members want us to say more about how their values are informing this conversation, I think that could be valuable too. But just wanted to make sure that we brought that forward for everyone's consideration. So it looks like we're all back. Charlie, how are we doing on the technology? Are we ready to go here for the next round?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of people I'll have to clean up on that joined us late or signed off over the lunch hour, but I'll catch those. But yeah, I'm ready when you are.
All right, and do you want to give a heads up for who's going to stay on the public screen here for this next round? I think we had talked about maybe Heather's group, but is that where we are?
Correct, right. So Heather's group will be staying put, and the public will be observing that discussion.
Good, great. So for those of you watching, members of the public watching live now on the YouTube channel, on FWP's website, Heather Stokes will be leading a conversation around the management areas and zones, kind of where bears should be conversation. And thanks for tuning into those. And then we'll have one more round following this. So we'll jump into the next hour of this, and we'll see you guys about 2:10 back on the screen here.
I was like, why didn't I get invited to a group? But I guess it's because I already am in one.
This is your group. I think a few others might be leaving us, but we can go ahead and get started. So this group is Annie and Lawrence, Aaron and Trina. And we've got Charlie hanging out with us, and we've got Cecily and Mark as our support team members. And so just to reiterate, that our group is focusing on where bears should be. So the areas, zones, and connectivity areas. And so what I'll do here is share my screen so that we can see the slide from earlier this morning that Sean shared around sort of the focus of our discussion. So again, where should bears be? So looking at the recovery areas, management zones, areas that facilitate bear presence and connectivity, the limitations based on management needs and capacity, and looking at livelihood and location-based considerations. So in informing our discussion, what I will do is share another screen to capture what the conversation has been so far. So, give me 1 second here. So I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna take a little bit of a different approach. I've been trying this a little bit differently with group 1 and then group 2, and now you guys are group 3, really in trying to frame this conversation. This feels like it's been one of the hardest conversations for the council from the beginning, in terms of how do we really talk about all of the different areas within Montana. And so I think within your 4 working groups and some of the larger group discussion, there's been discussion around really framing some of the conversation about what can the council recommend statewide, and then where do recommendations need to be more specific in terms of geography or different areas that we're talking about. So I'll get to that second piece, because that second piece has been the more challenging piece to have a conversation around, and even to identify what those areas are. So what I'd like to do, so that really this reiterates your request, Aaron, and what we're trying to build upon with all of these groups as we move through the day, is where is there potential for common ground, and what have some of the groups already talked about? So in the first group this morning, we've got 4 lines here, and these are some overarching thoughts that there seem to be some common ground on from all of the working group documents. And this is overarching thoughts in terms of what could be applicable statewide that don't necessarily provide the specificity around certain areas. And so I'll just read those. Lawrence, I'm not sure if you're in front of a computer, and I'll go through it fast. FWP should continue working with agencies to identify acceptable relocation sites on public lands in the connectivity area in coordination with nearby private landowners, working lands, and communities. Begin using these sites when appropriate, with a priority towards increased genetic diversity. Previous agreements regarding augmentation and transplanting in recovery zones should be evaluated periodically for their effectiveness and continue if warranted. Assess for and create new relocation sites. All agencies should work together to develop a protocol for translocating bears between ecosystems, within an ecosystem, outside of a designated ecosystem, which further the conservation, connection, and recovery of grizzly bears in the state of Montana. A new idea that the first group came up with this morning in this conversation, and this is not wordsmith, this is really more conceptual at this point, is the need to build trust with the public landowners on both public and private lands to communicate and share roadmaps for anticipating grizzly bear expansion and for planning relocation when conflicts arise. So those are some of the overarching pieces that the first group talked about. The second group talked a little bit about, not as much. There are other ideas that I pulled from working group reports that we could look at. What I'll share from the second session, World Cafe session, is that we've started to get into how we talk about these different areas. And this really stems from Working Group 2's document. And I know the public hasn't seen Working Group 2's document yet. Hopefully we'll have that up by the end of the week or beginning of next week in one consolidated document. Council members, you guys have seen this, and we've talked about it a little bit. It's really, how do we talk about the core areas, which we've been referring to as recovery zones, and then the areas outside those recovery zones. So connectivity areas, which help connect populations, and then areas outside of recovery zones that don't necessarily connect to established populations. And so that's really where we were having conversation, is about how do we talk about these areas, and then more specifically is what happens in these areas. And so the conversation around connectivity and what happens in these connectivity areas around, is this an opportunity for bears to move through to get from one established population to another? And or might the council have some recommendations around whether or not bears establish occupancy in these connectivity zones and outside of these recovery zones that don't necessarily connect populations? So the first and second group just had more conversation about that. There weren't necessarily any recommendations or fine tuning of thoughts around that, but just still more conversation about sort of at a higher level. How do we talk about that? What does the council want to recommend about that? And then does the council see their role in providing some specific recommendations as to what happens in these areas for management? So that's where we are with what the first two sessions did. I can go back up to the top if you want a reminder of common ground. And this map, I want to just point out, was taken from the Metcalf survey. Cecily just sent me another map. I haven't had a chance yet to stick it in. And if having a map would be helpful in guiding this conversation, I can stick that one in here too while you're having conversation. And what I will say, and I know this gets really hard in sharing screen, but there are more areas where I pulled from working group reports where there's already been some discussion and work from the council's working groups, if you want me to go through that. So I'll turn it back over to the council members to see where they'd like to start in this discussion. And it could be something that I haven't even mentioned regarding this topic. So. Any thoughts?
Yep. I have a thought. Can we talk about some of those areas of agreement? Because I feel like in our working group, we hashed through some of those already and came to some agreement on those specific things up at the top that you had, the areas of agreement. I would be curious if others are thinking similarly around those areas of potential common ground. Because I felt like those also, when I looked through the other documents, those all kind of came up similarly.
Sure. So this is, this wording here was from working group 2's document that did pull in from a lot of group 1, 3, and 4.
The one thing is I thought that our working group thought that this assess for create new relocation sites, I think, and Annie, correct me if I'm wrong, and I can't see the other people on this meeting right now. I got to figure out how to do that. But it's better said, I think, on the one below it. I think we decided that they say the same thing.
Yes, and also talking to Heath in working group 3, we wanted it to be really tied with the community that these location sites are going to be going to. So the new one that was created, Build Trust with Public Landowners, kind of gets into that when planning for relocation sites. But we kind of nixed assess for and create new location sites because it was down below already. Something that our group also brought up was number 1 under areas for potential common ground. The last phrase, beginning to use these sites when appropriate with priority towards increased genetic diversity. I know another thing, and I don't want to speak for him, but Heath would bring up that private landowners most likely don't feel comfortable having a new bear brought to a relocation site. And so what he felt good with, and what I think I came to understand and agree with, was that we need more sites that whatever the bear shows up near, that's where it goes. And so I don't know quite if I can get behind priority towards increased genetic diversity, because if that meant moving a bear far away, it just might make other communities and other folks uncomfortable, I guess. Like, I'm trying to rephrase. Do you know what Heath was talking about, Aaron?
So I think this is when we start to get into the confusion around just the words. And so
Yeah.
translocation, augmentation, relocation. So what this statement says is they're going to relocate bears, assumingly from nearby wherever they were caught. So I don't think that's necessarily what that's saying, but maybe it is. And I guess maybe, Heather, one thing that we did notice is that, you know, there still seems to be a lot of confusion around that. And I think when we talk about these acceptable relocation sites, it's for bears that show up in places, that bears that show up there on their own. And there needs to be a place for them to be able to go that isn't like taking them all the way back to the recovery areas. And I think it continues to be confused with augmentation or that kind of verbiage. So I would even maybe add to the new piece that within that trust building and education component, there needs to be a good dialogue around what exactly is happening and what words are used to frame that.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe a good definition of each of those things so that people understand the difference.
With pictures would be nice, or, you know,
right?
multiple learning styles.
Are you good with crayons, Cecily?
So what I want to go back to, because this is nuanced and this is something that did come up in the last conversation, wasn't really captured in the notes, and I'd like some guidance from you guys around this. Is see if I can even articulate it, but it's what, so when there is a relocation, there's been a lot of conversation around relocation with conflict bears, right? And so management comes into play, and so where do those bears go? And so part of this conversation is both what happens with bears that are in conflict and where do they get relocated, and how is that determined? And so it goes back to this point in this first sentence around, well, is that around increasing genetic diversity? Do they go back to where they originated? And so that those are some questions that keep coming up around, you know, does the council want to inform those kinds of management decisions? And then there's this other question around, well, if there is a bear outside of the recovery zone, so whether it's in an expanded area that's not linking to another population, or if it's within a connectivity zone that is linking to a population and hasn't become conflict, what happens? And so that goes back to, where do we want bears? And so is this, and we do have captured both in that first statement under potential common ground and in the new statement around building trust and sort of increasing that communication and that trust around where are bears going, where are they now, and what happens with them. As council members, what guidance do you want to provide in your recommendations around that? Both if they're just there and haven't created conflict yet, and conflict bears. And I think conflict comes up under management, right? And that might be more for the other group in terms of, well, what protocols actually happen. But the bigger question is, if bears are in here, do you want them there? Can they establish residency or occupancy? I think Cecily uses the word occupancy. And it doesn't then become a corridor. It becomes sort of, it could become a new established population. The group before was talking about, well, is that even possible given human development and infrastructure in these various areas? And that's where the map was helpful. And then you've also got public and private lands. So there's lots of nuances in this.
Can we go back to the idea of occupancy versus corridor? I mean, I really am struggling with that. And I don't know, maybe Cecily can help clarify, but for bears to move, oh, you can stop on the map or wherever you're going.
Well, I was going to some of the stuff that we were trying to capture.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
For connectivity to be long-term and to happen in an effective manner, I feel like there has to be occupancy. I guess when you say corridor, I feel like it still means bears live there. So for me, I struggle with a corridor doesn't mean that bears are just like visiting there temporarily. And I feel like when people talk about it lately, it seems like there's some confusion there. And so I guess I'd like to hear Cecily's opinion on occupancy versus corridor, because I still feel like a corridor has occupancy, just maybe not necessarily at the levels that maybe the inside the recovery zone might have.
I'm not sure Cecily is still on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I am. I think there could be I think bears are capable of both options. Clearly, if two established populations are quite far apart from each other, the likelihood of a bear moving through a corridor and kind of connecting those two genetically decreases with distance. And so it may be genetic connectivity could likely be facilitated more if there was, for example, patches of occupied habitat in between, so they don't have to travel as far. So maybe the entire corridor between two ecosystems doesn't have to have a bear in every single spot, but maybe there's little mountain ranges that connect them. On the other hand, well, I mean, and that could potentially work depending on the distance, even for females getting from one ecosystem to another to establish. So I guess there's probably a need for a little bit of both movement and occupancy. And I would just say that in the previous group, I kind of got the feeling that most people were in agreement that some occupancy in the connectivity zones is supported.
So, and this is where we sort of go back to and where a map was helpful in looking at this, because there were qualifiers around that in terms of talking about connectivity zones and what's in there. And certainly looking at, if we look at sort of this area number 5 as a connectivity zone, you know, you've got Bozeman and Helena and Butte in here. And so looking at where there's human population and development and infrastructure already there versus where there might be habitat that would be suitable for occupancy. And so this is sort of where the question of where do we want bears gets really nuanced. And looking at, you know, what group 2 did in trying to have this conversation, in developing certain areas that speak to those mixes of land use, but then going back up to the top where some of the working group documents decided to take it up on a higher level and really encourage communication amongst who might be within those connectivity areas for trying to simplify that.
So the real question here for maybe Cecily or Mark or Ken or Charlie or anybody that works for FWP is, We're talking about where should bears be, but there's nothing we can do if we don't want bears in a place that where they go. It's not like you're going to go trap them all and tell them they can't be there anymore. So I would like to know what it is FWP wants from us in this. I mean, I can tell you where I don't want bears, but it's where they already are. So I don't understand what exactly we're supposed to be addressing here.
Well, to me, the options are this, and to a certain degree, we all accept that bears are going to go where bears are going to go, and therefore we don't have complete control over where bears are, but certainly we can make places more inviting or less inviting. So kind of the question is, do we just let the bears decide where they want to be? Or are these maps or zones important for the conversation in terms of describing how we respond to bears showing up in places?
So I would take that in a similar way and sort of add to that from what I've seen from council discussions, because Trina, it's a great point. It's a point that, you know, council members have been grappling with since the very beginning. And I think there was a lot of work done in working groups and yesterday in talking about this very issue around your vision statement. And really understanding that, and I'm just sort of looking at this other screen that I've got up here with the vision, in terms of envisioning a fully recovered grizzly population within the recovery zones located in Montana and a landscape in between that accommodates grizzly bear presence and facilitates connectivity. All those living in or visiting Montana should expect the potential presence of grizzly bears and should be able to access adequate education, assistance, and resources. Meanwhile, we recognize that grizzlies continue to expand and Montana's capacity to accommodate this expansion will have limitations, and grizzly bear management will have to be informed by the best available biological and social science to allocate sufficient resources and account for localized conditions. So that does speak to what you're saying, Trina, in terms of where the council has gotten and where this conversation has gotten with the council around realizing and accepting that grizzly bears are out there, they are expanding. Some of these areas for potential ground that I've got up here on the screen now down to these 3 statements, the new one around building trust sort of does encapsulate, it doesn't provide a specific guidance for the state management plan. I want to go down here, and sorry for the scrolling, I know it can be a bit dizzying, but there are other things that the working groups came up with that talk about it in a more broad sense.
Heather, can I make one suggestion real quick? If you could go up to that sentence with the common ground again. So in the very first group this morning, we looked at that first sentence right under the bolded areas for potential common ground. And the first sentence, we had some discussion about whether or not the phrase in the connectivity area should be there. Mm-hmm. And that might be a way to kind of get at this question. Does that phrase belong in there? Does it matter? You know, look at it in one way with the phrase in there and in one way without the phrase in there. Which is more appropriate?
Well, the group this morning in group 1, the reason that they decided to leave it in there is because it then tied into the end of that statement around increased genetic diversity. And that this third sentence sort of is more broad and encapsulates between ecosystems, within an ecosystem, outside of designated ecosystems, which further, well, it's still around the recovery of grizzlies and connecting. But I was going to go down, and because I think that there were some other ideas generated by working groups that speak to
Can I add,
expanded areas? Go ahead.
can I touch on that first paragraph? So I don't love this begin using these sites where appropriate towards increased genetic diversity, because I feel like what ends up happening in this paragraph is it's really heavily focused on the GYE. And I feel like it doesn't necessarily, I mean, this, you could say this about the cabinet yak to the NCDE. You could say that, I mean, sure. But I feel like it feels to me like a conversation between the NCDE and the GYE. And it feels like sometimes we forget about the need for demographic connectivity between the NCDE and the cabinet yak. So I guess I am not against the idea of taking out specifically to the connectivity area, just because relocation is happening already. So that encompasses currently occurring management, and then but I also feel like it's okay in there. So
I would rather it said public lands not in the connectivity area, but in established recovery areas like the Bitterroot or Cabinet Yak, or not moving them around to random places, but taking them to actually one of the 4 places that is identified as a grizzly bear recovery area. And also I would take out that last part as well, because I don't think that belongs in there.
I guess, Trina, I guess I'll push back a little bit on you on that one, just because I feel like the goal would be to, or some of our group discussion kind of went around this a little bit, and Annie too, correct me if I'm wrong, but that there need to be relocation sites where bears show up potentially. And so if a bear shows up, it doesn't necessarily mean that bear goes into the Bitterroot or that bear goes into the cabinet yak. And I think the goal too was to try and avoid continuously taking bears back. So I guess that's where I feel like this makes sense versus talking about recovery zones.
Right, and I hear you there. I guess I'm just thinking of like when a bear shows up in Stanford and it has to be relocated, there is no place around Stanford, you know, where it can be relocated except to leave it where it is. So that brings me back to what exactly is it the FWP wants from us on deciding where bears should be. You know, I mean, I totally understand where you're coming from, and we've had this conversation before. It just, I don't know, maybe Ken could chime in real quick on.
Ken's not in this group.
I don't know, Trina. I don't know if they exactly want us to say on a map, like this quadrant and this quadrant and this quadrant is where a bear should go. I guess going back to, I politely disagree as well. I don't think they should go back to their recovery zone. So a bear from down in Stanford goes all the way back to wherever. But I do think we need to make those spots. And I think that's where this new one, so build trust with the public and landowners and have their input on where there's a acceptable near in between relocation site.
So then that's where in the connectivity area words come in.
Yeah.
So are there going to be, are we going to identify those sites? Are we just suggesting that FWP does?
I think I feel comfortable with suggesting that FWP partner with local communities. So like your community on the front would decide your area rather than us deciding all of those.
Well, I mean, I think it's a multi-agency effort at this point, right? Because there's just multiple agencies involved. But that's why, I mean, and that says that in that first paragraph. I think the other thing when I'm thinking about this too, is it goes back to that management flexibility piece, where I felt like there was pretty good discussion and agreement around the need to continue with allowing for that flexibility, because and in our group, I felt like we agreed that it wasn't really our role as a advisory council to like draw lines on a map. but there may be places where, you know, connectivity areas is where these relocation sites might have priority versus like you were talking about, Trina, like way out on the front or something. So
Yeah. Is Stanford way out on the front? I don't have another
It's
map.
way out in the plains, yeah, like other side of Great Falls.
So this is where I just put this statement back in because based on this conversation, it doesn't seem to necessarily be reflected in the 3 above, where I just put FWP and other agencies partner with local communities to assess and create new relocation sites.
I'd like you to add to that idea, please, Heather, that I think Cecily and Mark's maps of where bears are projected to go through these potential zones based on real bear movement, I think those are so valuable to talking to local communities about when they could designate relocation spots. If that's where a bear is naturally going to go, I think we should use the projections that come from real bears to help communities come up with tolerable relocation spots within connectivity zone, between the zones.
So could you just add up here at the FWP should continue working with agencies and communities? I mean, do we need to write a new sentence?
Well, it's kind of under the new. And right down there.
Heather, you're getting bossed around by so many women right now. I am so sorry for you.
I'm here.
I think it's there. It's right under that new.
I think it's there. I think
public and landowners.
If I can make a comment, I brought this up in one of the previous sessions. Trina, when you were talking about a bear shows up in Stanford, you know, what do you do with that bear? I made the point that if a bear out there does become a conflict bear, get in trouble with people, you know, we don't have the same conservation imperative now that we did 30 or 40 years ago when we were trying to save every bear. So, you know, in terms of a management or prescription, you know, that's where I think the council has a chance to say, well, we don't want bears in the little belts. If one shows up there and gets in trouble, maybe you don't relocate it, maybe you remove it. But I think that's where the council needs to, you know, groups try to decide, you know, where bears are okay and where bears aren't okay.
Yeah.
Anna, you're not on mute.
Yeah, sorry.
And I would just say, on following up on what Mark said, you have the choice to decide that geography matters, or you have the choice to say geography doesn't matter, you know, but I think you have to think about whether or not geography matters in terms of responding to a bear conflict and relocating a bear.
And I think the idea is a bit more conceptual. I mean, Mark, I really struggle with the idea of us going on a map and highlighting mountain ranges and like, because we're not going to come to consensus on that, right? But like,
no, and you're not gonna, you know, it's been brought up several times. You can't stop bears from going where they're gonna go. Up in places that'll surprise you. But if you do encounter a conflict, you can prescribe or suggest how you respond to that stuff. And if you're gonna, you know, keep that bear in the little belts or not keep it in the little belts.
Do you guys mind if I jump in on this one just briefly?
Go for it.
Yeah, I think Mark, what Aaron's picking up on is that if they get down into the level of detail of trying to decide, well, what's our management response if a bear's in the big belts versus the little belts versus, you know, name your mountain range, that's pretty detailed, pretty prescriptive. And if I'm hearing you correctly, Aaron, maybe you're suggesting a little broader discussion. And I think when I was listening earlier, when Trina was talking about, what about, you know, out on the East Front, Stanford, you know, you could make that a more generic discussion about outside of recovery areas, eastern Montana versus in identified anticipated connectivity areas versus plumb in the recovery zones. I mean, at that scale, then I think what Cecily's picking up on, that could be a really value added conversation. And that is that is one of the challenges we do face. And that was the whole point of the Stevensville presentation, not so much to suggest the council weigh in on specifically what do you do about a bear on the golf course in Stevensville, but rather to just point out that, you know, that was a bear showing up in a type of an area where we were challenged as to now what do we do with that bear. So just, I'm suggesting, I guess, that Aaron's onto something well, that you think about it in terms of a little more generically in terms of broad areas rather than getting down into specific mountain ranges.
Can we, Heather, please see the broad map with 1 through 7 on it?
I totally agree with that, Charlie. We were just kind of speaking in examples.
Yeah. And when we made this map, we were hoping that it was kind of fuzzy. We didn't want to draw strict lines on this map, and we're not expecting the council to function in terms of strict lines. We're trying to talk about conceptual ideas, and whether or not, you know, geography matters in the big picture.
Yeah, so that was the point I was trying to get at is and I'm sure there will never be full council consensus on this, but my idea is, you know, we know how grizzly bears have to be managed now because of the ESA, but once they're delisted and FWP can manage them, I think there is a geographical way to decide how harshly maybe conflict bears are going to be dealt with. If maybe we end up with a bear in the Little Belts and it's minding its own business and people see it once in a while, but it never gets in trouble, then I don't have a problem with it living there, if, you know, whatever. But if it gets into a conflict in the Little Belts, we don't need that bear for any population supplementation at all. We're not trying to reintroduce bears to the Little Belts. So if it gets into a conflict, remove it. So what my point is outside of these recovery areas, conflict bears should be dealt with more harshly than the ones in the core.
So
well, and I just think a little bit, so I mean, I think that's not so far outside of how things operate now to some degree, as in some of these populations where there's, you know, NCDE or GYE, but I also think, like, when I look at this map, 2 and 5, right? So those areas feel like, to me, places where connectivity should be a consideration. And I think it feels like, as we've talked about this, we've all agreed that conflicts are going to need to be dealt with, and there is a large amount of private land in these areas, and that's just the reality going forward. And but that if connectivity can give in consideration here, it might make a difference to connect these populations. So I guess I'm thinking of it in a broad terms, but I don't think we're that far off in our discussion, if that makes sense.
I see where you're coming from, Aaron, and that makes sense. I guess my point about that was mostly eastward movement of bears, because as bears are moving west, they're just connecting with each other and with, you know, the Selkirks and the Bitterroot, et cetera, et cetera. But as they go east, there's no population to connect to ever. So I guess it would depend on geographic location of those bears. Like if they're headed to Miles City, there's no other population to eventually get to.
So I want to ask for a point of clarification to make sure that I'm hearing this, because I think this group and the second working session was getting at this, and then we ran out of time. And we got to this a bit yesterday in the vision, whereas, and I'll try and say this as concisely and clearly as possible, is that as a whole, what I'm hearing from the council is that there is common understanding and common ground that bears are going to be where they're going to be. They are continuing to expand, both within the recovery zones, within connectivity areas, and outside of connectivity areas like the Eastern Front and beyond. And Trina, what I heard you say, and Aaron, I think you were echoing this, and the earlier group echoed this, is that, yeah, you're okay with bears being in all of these places until a conflict arises. And then that's where conflict management comes in. And might conflict management look different in these connectivity areas versus in these expansion areas where they're not connecting to another population? But that essentially there's, to use the word consensus, that bears may expand outside of these recovery zones throughout Montana, for the sake of simplicity, if I dare.
Let me jump in. Cecily, a while back you said something like you can attract bears to areas, or you can, I don't remember how you put it. And then you also said that you can discourage bears from going to areas. What were you thinking about there? How would you discourage bears from going to some place?
That is a tough question. And I guess in the big picture, I can't help but think about the concept of having a hunt as a way to discourage bears from particular areas. And it's all obviously open for debate, but that depends on whether or not people actually embrace the idea of, discouraging bears.
Is that the only example? Is hunting, or?
Well, no, I think the other possibility is, like Trina said, taking a heavier hand in responding to conflict.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to giving bears more chances to stay in an area where they potentially have previously gotten into conflict. So I think both of those things together may impact presence of bears.
You also talked about connectivity zones, and I've been really struggling with that concept because, the maps that you had, the modeling maps showing where you thought bears might likely, what routes they might likely take to get from one recovery zone to another. And that did look like a zone, but the reason I struggle is because I think that on the map we're looking at 2 and 5, I mean, that's a huge area, but a bear is not going to get from, say, 3 to 6 or 6 to 3 very quick. And I mean, they don't know how to read maps. They don't know where they're going anyway. So it's going to take a while. And it seems to me that you are end up with resident bears, with the resident population, maybe throughout areas 2 and 5, before you will actually, and it may take a few years before you actually get connectivity between 3 and 6. So, I mean, I think in a few places in our past documents, we've talked about colonization, or people have used that word. Aren't we talking about really over the next 10, 20, 30 years, colonization of 2 and 5? I mean, aren't we just talking about grizzlies living everywhere there? Not everywhere, obviously, but.
Well, I should point out that there are already bears residing in areas of 2 and 5.
Right.
So it's not something we need to talk about it in terms of a future. It's actually occurring at the present time, and it could occur more. And is that acceptable? And is that helping to fulfill the vision that the council has?
I think what it comes down to here, what we're talking about, is that really effective management depends on where bears should be and where bears are acceptable. You know, as long as conflict bears are dealt with quickly and effectively, I think people are going to be a lot more accepting of where these bears are living, regardless of which number they live in. As long as if I have a problem, I can call and I know somebody's going to come take care of it.
That's true, Trina, for conflicts like livestock or crops or those kinds of things. But human conflicts is going to, I mean, you know, a lot of people aren't going to be too worried because a couple of cows are killed, but everybody's going to be a little worried if a person or two gets killed, especially in that area. So those people in that immediate area are probably going to think, you know, we don't need bears, period. Especially if it's a couple of kids in a schoolyard or something like that.
So Lawrence, I guess I'm a little bit, so in the areas of 2 and 5, I mean, the messaging already from the agency is expect bears. You know, if you're out hiking or hunting or working, you know, to just, that bears are, so I mean, I see some of that. I understand where you're going with that for sure. Some of that's outreach, some of that's management, some of that's providing the amount of resources that might be necessary to allow for this to be successful. Some of that is all of those. I mean, so I feel like, you know, when we've had this conversation in our group, I felt like we kept coming back to, yeah, bears probably will live in those areas. That doesn't mean that X, Y, and Z also doesn't happen. So that our recommendations on conflict management, our recommendations on funding, on long-term, you know, on year-round bear managers and technicians, and, you know, all of our other recommendations come into play. It's not just like bears are just, you know, living without all of that other stuff as a piece of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it does make sense. And I you know, I kind of understand it. From a social tolerance perspective, though, that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has been looking at, although I don't know that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has ever relocated a bear from, let's say, some county that the county commissioner said, get that damn bear out of here or something like that. And I don't know if the department even would look at it that way. But as bears expand and conflicts increase, there's going to be probably less social tolerance unless the conflicts are taken care of really quickly and are not human, you know. I mean, not humans killed. Yeah.
I see your point, Lawrence, and I know what you're getting at. And so from what, let me see if I can phrase it. So in these areas where bears do not currently live, but could potentially come to, like Big Timber, is there a way when FWP or whomever is doing their outreach and education with that community, saying the bears are on their way, and that community says, oh, hell no, we don't want bears here. We don't ever want bears here. And if your bears show up here, we are going to shoot them. Is there a way for that community to say, FWP, we are putting our foot down. If you have any bears come up here, we want you to remove them immediately. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, that's social tolerance. I mean, think about what the governor of Idaho did. We don't take any bears to the Bitterroot, and it's pretty much that scenario that you just described.
Right.
No, but that's sort of different because, I mean, I think, Trina, we just talked about the unrealistic expectation of managing every bear that walks across a line. So I feel like what you just stated, I mean, I feel like that's that expectation that there are going to be places where you just draw a line and no bears are ever allowed across it. And I think that would be a very difficult thing, one, for the agency to do effectively, and two, I mean, I don't know.
You're exactly right, Aaron. The other thing is, you know, we do have bears that you never see because they're shy or they're afraid of people or whatever. So Big Timber could already have 10 resident bears and you wouldn't know because they keep to themselves. So that brings up a whole new aspect of where bears should be, is people really don't realize that most bears are shy and you're not going to see them and you don't even know they're there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's why I lean towards, like, rather than saying like this community is going to say no bears ever, one, recognizing that communities are diverse and you may or may not know what folks' opinions are, but that if you do that, if you say just no bears here, you never have that conversation about what are the tools that we need right now, what are the things we can do to prevent conflicts, how do we keep our bears wild, you know, like wild bears, like how do we stop them from becoming food conditioned, I guess. So I feel like you lose that piece in that conversation.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree.
Heather,
So are we helping you understand that?
Who was that directed at, Trina?
Lawrence.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said.
Sorry, I just hope that between Aaron and I, we're kind of shedding some light on what you were talking about. Is that helping?
Well, yeah, it helps a little. I think about, I mean, I'm pretty much convinced, I guess, that bears are going to live throughout 3 and 5, the connectivity areas, the connectivity. It's not even really a zone or a corridor. It's just the whole area. But within that area, this is changing the subject a little bit, but within that area, there are places where bears shouldn't be. I mean, I talked about in our group that they shouldn't be in any towns, and Annie immediately said she likes to see bears coming through the but
well, they're already there. They're already there. There are so many bears that already come through a town and you don't know. I mean, like Stacy Corville was saying down in the CKS or the Confederate Salish, they walk through and people don't know because those are the good bears. And so to say the blanket statement of there should be no bears in any town is unrealistic. If there's a bear that's in town that's getting into trouble, that's different. But to say any bear that directly comes into a town gets kicked out, like, how are you going to manage for that? They already are there.
But Annie, I think you two are saying two different things. Bears shouldn't be in town and bears shouldn't be acceptable in town are two different things. I don't think having bears in any town is acceptable, but I know that there are bears in all of the towns around here because of where we live. But that doesn't mean we have to like it. So I think that's I think that's where you and Lawrence are coming from different places.
I wonder, you guys, this is Charlie, just thinking about about the 4-minute mark. There's one more group is going to tackle this, and I'm sure the full council will as well. But I mean, what would be your suggestion to the next group that's going to pick this up again, as to a suggestion to them as to where to start the conversation?
What I'm really hearing, so let me see if I can recap this, and then you guys can fill in, since I will have to be the one to do that in the next group. Is that what I'm really hearing? This is building off of what the prior group was discussing. Is that, and what you all were discussing as a full group yesterday, which I've said, is that this conversation is really acknowledging that bears are where they are, and they're going to continue to expand where they're going to expand. And that the issue at heart is the conflict bears and how to manage those conflict bears, and that management protocol may be different in areas that connect populations versus areas where they're expanding not to connect a population. And so those details happen in the conflict management and response group that I think Dillon's working on. So we don't have to tackle those details, but what I'm really hearing in this sort of larger question, and Trina, you brought this up earlier, is that this question of, well, where should bears be is really a difficult question, and is that really the right question? And what I'm hearing each of you say in this group, and what I've heard from the last group, and again from yesterday, is that there is agreement that grizzlies are going to expand, and that they are expanding, and that they are in these different places. And what the council really wants to focus on are the recommendations around how to do the outreach and education around working with private landowners and other agencies to help prepare and inform and deal with those situations that are happening and will happen. But that you're not necessarily suggesting that there be recommendations around bears can and should be here and bears should not be there.
Yeah, so I think instead of the question being where should bears be, maybe the question should be, how are we going to respond to the expanding population?
And how do we prioritize resources? I mean,
Yeah.
I think the resource question is huge. So
yeah,
it all circles together. It's all intermingled. All our groups are.
Absolutely.
I feel like a broken record.
Yeah. And does geography, is that part of that conversation?
Exactly.
Yep.
Is there, before we get done, Cecily, I've seen your maps of where you projected that bears would travel and cross the highway and, whatever. But is there a map of where bears have been, like in the last 15 to 10 whatever, however many years? Is there a map of like where they've gone, like out to Stanford and to Havre, and like all on one map? You're muted. Thanks.
In the presentations that we did in one of the earlier sessions on connectivity, there was a map that showed the estimated distribution of the three populations, and then a bunch of verified outlier locations. So that is in one of those PowerPoint presentations from earlier.
Okay.
And those maps basically do go back about 10 to 15 years in terms of where bears were seen. The distributions are a little bit smoothed on the edges, so they don't get into a lot of the detail of where specific spots were that bears were versus weren't. They tend to get a little smoothed, but it does give you an idea of where bears have been over the last 15 years. And we are actually working on a new, go ahead, Mark.
I have this for the Yellowstone, and I'm trying to remember the statistics correctly, but our range expansion in the Yellowstone ecosystem is, if I have this number right, it's been about 4,000 square kilometers per year.
Wow.
And been pretty linear across 35, 40 years.
So as you can see, we've got the rest of the group joining us. We've got the rest of the group joining us. Thanks for a really great and progressive discussion.
That was good.
I hear a baby.
Yeah, I'm on dad duty right now, so there might be some shrieking going on in the back.
Awesome. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
You know, while we're waiting, I got to compliment the council. You guys are doing amazing navigating this by Zoom. Think about the conversations you're having right now. They're not easy ones. And you guys talk via Zoom. It's just really nice work, you guys. It's not easy to do this over the internet. So compliments to all of you.
Yeah, I'll echo those compliments. Charlie, you're on duty now to assign the next breakout group sections. And Sean, am I right that we're on break now for 15 minutes?
Yeah, let's see if we can keep it to 10 minutes so that we can come back and try to stay on track for a on-time close today. So let's come back at 2:20, and that'll take us to 3:20 for the last session. And then we'll report out and start wrapping up the day.
Great.
Charlie, I ended up being with SHAWN twice. Can I be in Heather's group this next one?
Sure, I don't see an issue with that.
Somehow I ended up spending 2 groups in a row with SHAWN, and I want to see a different face this time.
On that top, yeah, okay. I see.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I haven't had Greg yet, so awesome. Glad he wants to see my face.
Yeah, you're in for a treat today.
Oh no.
I've had a lot of coffee.
I'm looking forward to it, Greg.
You still on there, Greg? He's taking a break.
Did you ask me a question?
Yes, you're scheduled to go into a discussion on resources with VIVACA. Alternatively, I can put you in with Heather talking about the business of bears and where, as in managing bears across the landscape.
Yeah, I'd like to do that one. I mean, I'm going to miss one anyhow, and I'd like to be in that one if it's possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Charlie, am I in the wrong place?
Sorry, I'm just assigning them right now.
Oh, okay.
How's it looking, Charlie? You going to be able to get us assigned here in the next couple of minutes?
About 2 minutes out.
Good deal. Thanks.
Hey, Sean, if I don't see the text, I got to be out at 4 o'clock right on the dot. I have another meeting I got to get to for university things. So just a heads up that I'll be leaving right at 4. So sorry.
No, not a need to apologize at all, but thanks for the heads up.
I also am going to be stepping out for just 5 minutes at 2:30. One of my seniors is doing her graduation portfolio on Zoom, and I'm going to go watch that for a second.
Okay, thanks, Annie. No, I know this is a lot of time together on Zoom for 2 days, so I understand you guys are juggling a lot. Just appreciate all the time you're able to spend with us.
I think, Sean, I'm ready to start. So I know I missed some of the support team members. I'll do cleanup once I've started and move those folks in the appropriate rooms. And then Vivica, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay. You are the breakout room, group that will be live streamed. So you're going to stay put.
Okay.
And then Heather's group, Dylan's group, and Sean's group, I'm just about to move you guys if you're ready to go. Ken, I think you're still with us in this group, correct?
Yep, I'm on yours and VIVACA's.
Yeah, I was going to say on that last discussion, before you were able to join back in with the meeting, they were asking a question directed at you. And I wonder if you want to go back to that one you just caught the tail end of.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. That was helpful.
So I can get this.
So Charlie, is this the group that is left here?
Yeah, I think you're set. I can see I got a little bit of work to do on the other two, but
Jonathan was just with us, so I'm wondering if where he needs to be instead.
just a second. You said Jonathan was with you in the previous one?
Yep, just this last one.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go do a little maintenance on these other ones. I think you guys are probably now good to go, hopefully.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Charlie. Hi, everybody. So I think since I gave this explanation to everybody before lunch, I won't spend too much time, but I think you'll see when I share my screen here in a second of the document that we've been building, that the first group spent a lot of time on developing a topic list that the second group recognized was in a lot of spots redundant of what's in the shared document, which maybe is validating, but they felt like didn't want to distract from identifying new things or talking about places of disagreement or places where there was really solid agreement. Yet in groups 2 and 3, we kind of continued on that list and used that as a starting point because that's where those groups ultimately went. So that doesn't mean that that's the way you guys need to go. When you can start by looking at the list that has been built, and I've added text to it in different colors from groups 2 and 3 just to kind of, it was helpful to those groups as we were building it. So that's why there's different colors. But we can use that as a starting point, but based on what you see there and where you feel like we need to spend our time to kind of round this group out, you know, let's circle back then and see what ideas are out there. We really have not gotten to the point of there's nothing under our disagreement list, which I don't think reflects that there's no disagreement on any of these topic areas, but there haven't been major things that stood out. I think somebody also pointed out that there was a lot of agreement over just these, at least at a certain level, over the need for resources and ways to go about it. So you guys can see what you think, and maybe there's some opportunity there to point out some of those spots. The last group did do a really good job of finding a few places where there were topics that hadn't gotten mentioned, and so they focused on adding those. So I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. So the black text was the original text from group 1. The highlights came from that group discussion as well. We were just going back through at the end and trying to pull out the key topic areas. So that's all that means. There's no more importance to that or anything. They were just some themes that emerged. The blue that you're seeing there was group 2's work. And then as I scroll down through here, you'll see that orangish red text. That was this last group where they said, oh gosh, here's a topic, for example, that wasn't on there yet that they wanted to add. So that's what that's about. And I'll slow down and go back through. I'm just kind of giving you an overview. So this is, you know, see how much space has been taken up by key issues and concerns and the fleshing out of that versus there's a few common ground spots. A lot of recognition that everything on that topic list to some degree has been common ground or it wouldn't be there. Some of the details might lead to some divergence, but a lot of common ground is captured just in recognizing these are key topic areas and nothing under the disagreement, different perspectives. So I'll go back up and I'm not going to read this. I'm just going to scroll down through kind of slowly and let you guys absorb it, and then we can circle back and decide how to proceed. You can see that the last group, this orange text down here, spent a lot of time further fleshing out the funding piece of this. And it's funny because group 2 really stepped back from specific examples and said that their point they wanted to make was this blue text, that just agreement that we need to explore additional diversified funds. But then the third group really wanted to provide more direction on that. So it really was different approaches there in the amount of time spent on that discussion. I think partially too, they had the flexibility because so many of the other things were already down here to spend that time, but that was under their direction that we went that way. And I'll also just point out, so Sarah and Gary on here have also been through all the other group discussions. So that's really helpful too, because then there's others on here that can share that background and context and ideas from what we've already talked about besides myself. So you guys jump in like you have been, that's helpful.
What was the yellow highlight again?
Just the first group's attempt at the end to go back and say, here were the major topics that we identified. So no prioritization, just pulling out the themes. And we just didn't do that again because I don't think, maybe I did do that. Yeah, like the create a common place here that's highlighted, that came from this last group. So I've just stayed with that. When I see a new theme emerge, I've just been trying to highlight it. A major theme, you know, not a detail underfunding or something. We're almost through. Group 3 didn't spend any time talking about this common ground, areas for potential common ground, other than recognizing that, like every group did, that the topics seemed to be areas of common ground. They were on that list and we were spending time with them. So now that you guys have seen that and kind of seen what has been built so far, and also have the perspective of being in other groups, which I don't have, what do you think would be most helpful for rounding this topic out? What's missing? What do you guys want to explore?
Make sure that we're talking about resources writ large, right?
Yeah, sorry, I guess I should have started there. Well, you're in the resource group, so resources at large. And so is a lot of overlap, I'm imagining, with at least one, if not a couple of the other groups. But yeah, this is where do resources need to go? Where are there holes in resources? What would be ways to fix those holes?
What seems to me, and again, just having briefly scrolled through it, that there's a lot about resources for conflicts with livestock, but I'd like to see more about education and outreach, and for I think in the shared document, and Michelle, I'm pointing to you, just for education, for K through 12 education outreach statewide, and then how do we reach out to recreationists? And you know, that it seems to me there's a bunch of missing pieces.
So where that showed up, and Robin, I saw your hand up, so we'll go to you next here. Where that showed up is under the lack of sufficient numbers of employees, or that's one place it showed up. FTE for education and more coordinated partnerships to deliver education programs. So it is there. And where else is it? I think it shows up again under this idea of creating a common place to share resources and consistent messages. And
the workshop, the seminar that you guys had February, January.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's what it's that common place to share messages, not just messages, but although it's all related, but where to go to find help with X, Y, or Z would be under that. So we may still be missing some stuff that you're referring to, Caroline, but it was discussed for sure, the need for more resources for education.
Okay, great. And then one last thing.
Yeah.
Because out of that, the workshop or the symposium that you guys had, out of that, did there come a bunch of recommendations?
Sarah, do you want to, are you still on here, Sarah?
Yeah, yep, I'm in.
Do you want to take that one?
Yeah, so we did, and kind of a lot of the same things you guys saw and a lot of the things the last group were talking about. One of our recommendations, and I believe most of them are made and are available on your guys' council website under the Outreach Summit summary and recommendations. But our primary recommendations were having a central location for resources, because that's a common issue. And it was proposed at the time to utilize the IGBC. They're the only NGO that we thought would be broad enough and have the capacity and ability to actually change their website. Because unfortunately right now FWP just doesn't have that. So that was one recommendation, a clearinghouse. We did come up with kind of a compendium, and I did send it, the rough draft, to Heather. What I'll tell you is, with me leaving my position, and unless FWP hires a education coordinator, I don't know who will be in charge of updating that year to year, or even, it took me 6 weeks to try to get forms from everybody, and I'm still missing a good 7 groups that are pretty major. So that's one of those tasks. Having a statewide coordinator, making positions, the same issues that fall under that staff thing. If positions aren't long-term or guaranteed, you're never going to get staff to stick around, which helps you lose that consistency. But we are trying to create recorded programs, centralized locations, that kind of stuff. So there's more recommendations on that report.
And you're leaving?
Yes, I am leaving. So this will be my last council meeting with you guys.
Oh, bummer.
I know, I'll miss you guys.
Robin, you had your hand up a few minutes ago.
Through that quick review, I might have missed it, but one of the things that our group in particular, our working group in particular, was really interested in, and I've heard from other council members that they were interested in as far as funding sources and resources, is that we should make a recommendation to establish a dedicated permanent fund, including state and national partners, for grizzly bear conservation. And this permanent grizzly fund would pay for management and prevention measures for human and bear coexistence in the US. Seed money from federal appropriations could start this fund. So the whole idea was it should be a state and federal partnership, because grizzly bear recovery is dictated by the Endangered Species Act, which is a federal issue. And we feel like that we should really take advantage of that. And so just not on the recovery side, great, but there should be some cost sharing across that. And I think we could get a lot of common ground around that.
Is that enough to prompt us to remember to refer back to that document where there's that full text that you just read? Does that capture it, Robin?
Sure. And yeah, and I guess I would dedicated state and federal funding, but I think it should be incorporated into the Grizzly Bear Recovery Fund or something. It should be named and not instead of, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
We talked about a coexistence fund or a grizzly fund, but I think we should look into a permanent fund that we live off of the interest, because dedicated, I think they give money each year, right? So a permanent fund, and I think with, you know, with all of the stimulus thrown out there right now, it would be good to kind of get something going on that. I do think that if you're going to ask for federal and national help, because I think the Grizzly Fund could also include private interests putting money into it. But I think if you're going to go for that, you have to separate the lethal and non-lethal. And I struggle with that because they're both important, but I think if you're going to get buy-in from the nation and all of those thousands of comments we've had, anti-hunting, protect the bears, you need a non-lethal dedicated fund, and you also need a source fund to fund managers on the ground that are going to do this stuff that maybe someone who's sitting in New York City and loves bears doesn't want to pay for. So I am totally behind that. I just think we need to specify, and that's a tough one for common ground. So I feel like we have to have push for a fund that's non-lethal and then push for a way to pay for the managers.
So are you suggesting these would have to be two separate sources, or yeah?
Two separate funds, but the sources, I mean, how the fund would be set up, I think there could be, you know, a fund that says non-lethal. So it's all for coexistence. It's all for that kind of work, which is probably the most, well, I don't know if it's the most expensive, but we need one for non-lethal so we can get buy-in and private funding. And I do think that the non-lethal is just as important as the lethal, because if you can kind of contain the attractants, you might not have the problem bears. So I'm not sure if I'm saying that well, but I think it's important. Our group came up with something to fund managers, to have everyone buy a conservation license in Montana. And then I thought about that and I said, well, it's the same problem. There's a lot of people that come to Montana to view bears that might not want to be part of the money to go straight to FWP. So could there be a way to buy a conservation license and have a little box you check? I want this to go to livestock loss. I want this to go to, I want my $2, whatever I pay, to go to coexistence. I want my $2 to go to hunting management. You know, I think there's possibilities there. I just don't know what.
And I think not in those exact terms, but I think the other groups have talked through, and you see it there in some of those bullets, some of those same types of details related to what would the sources of funding be like? Would they be voluntary or not? How do you create sustained sources versus one-time pots of money? So these same themes, I think, have appeared throughout all of our conversations today. Anything else that you guys didn't see on this list of topics and issues that you thought needed to be there?
Maybe it's somewhere. Okay, go ahead, Robin.
Robin?
So one of the things that came up, I don't know which group this was. I know our group talked about it, but I think we got it from another group, was revive the Living with Wildlife grant program. So what I understood from that is that was a program that used to exist that was successfit and could get to some of these issues that Michelle was bringing up, because it sounds like a coexistence focus.
Mm-hmm.
And this did kind of come up earlier, Gary. I think it was under this bullet where I'm adding it, where we talked about what other types of programs could, I guess in this case, could we bring back or create that get at some of these broader living with wildlife concepts? Is that what you remember from our earlier conversation? Are you there, Gary? Maybe Gary's not still here, but yeah, this came up this morning. Someone was asking questions about what that program used to fund and if it would be a good opportunity to fund some conflicts besides all the livestock conflicts that we had already talked about up in this earlier section. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to add another resource once you finish typing.
Okay, yeah, Michelle.
Well, I saw recreation equipment excise tax, but I think we should look into wildlife viewing equipment and an excise tax on that. So it could go up with the recreation. It might be good to put it together with it. But an excise tax on sales of wildlife viewing equipment. Last year, that was a $55 billion resource. That's how much was spent last year by wildlife viewers on, binoculars and spotting scopes and that kind of stuff. And much more than hunters and anglers actually spent. So it would be a really good source.
Okay.
And then I have a question for Caroline and Robin. And then I'm going to try to shut up.
Is there in here? Is there a bit about bear spray and really expanding?
We have not talked specifically, other than just saying proactive type of stuff. I don't think the words bear spray are in here. Do you want them specifically, and where should they live, do you think?
Well, it's just kind of that outreach to recreationists and to hunters, particularly around bear spray, and it's that same idea of that one place to go to get consistent messaging, but expanding that messaging. And I know our group, we talked about, maybe this is the wrong area, but the Kalispell Airport has a really good program of kind of meeting people when they arrive with the idea that you need to have bear spray, and they facilitate then a way for them to both get it and turn it in when they leave. And we wanted that to be kind of a model for statewide getting the message out. I mean, I'm not being too precise, but the idea that all visitors and recreationists, and there needs to be this consistent and overwhelming message about carrying bear spray and being in bear country, and taking care of your attractants, your food, garbage, etc., as part of a statewide outreach education. And maybe I'm in the wrong place, but we definitely need the resources to expand that program. Michelle, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt anybody. Yeah, I have a question for the two of you, because I feel like we're talking about all these different things that the money comes in and maybe it doesn't come in, and you have someone like Sarah who needs permanent funding for her job. How do we create permanent funds that are there forever, that we know are not going away? Because the grizzlies are expanding and conflicts are not going to go away. And I feel like we just keep band-aiding it, and we've been band-aiding it for 40 years. And is there a way to create this huge fund? Estimates of needing about 200 million, which isn't that much, since it's 10 million a foot to build the wall. It seems like we could shorten that wall by 10 feet. Or an area where it's so remote, we could just put that money. But I do think we need to find something that's permanent, that we could go to Cole and say, yes, look at this. We've got this set on a permanent basis to fund the conflict prevention so that he doesn't feel like we have to limit. I mean, to me, to know that it's there every year is so important. And I think we have a chance right now to do that. And a non-lethal fund would also include compensation. I mean, it would include so many things that we need. The only thing it really wouldn't include is the bear management specialists. And you could even call one of them an outreach specialist versus, you know, I mean, there's ways you could play with that. But I think that we need something permanent. What do you guys think?
Oh, no doubt.
So I guess my statement said the dedicated and permanent state and federal funding. So that's what I meant. It was a dedicated and permanent fund. Do you think we need to expand on that? Yeah, so what I'm saying, Michelle, is I agree with you. I think it should be, because we're not gonna, bear recovery and then bear management will be long-term. It won't stop after recovery. So, yep, I totally agree.
And Michelle, part of that is what is in the beginning when we talked about better FTEs. That's a state term for permanent, full-time, consistently scheduled people. Obviously, the terminology for full-time people changes per agency. But as I expressed to them before, a common core issue with bear technicians, conflict prevention programs, even the bear management specialists themselves aren't necessarily guaranteed a job year to year. So that doesn't keep people. So that is up there. But funding and getting legislation to approve those types of positions, if it's state, if it's federal, that's a whole nother ballgame. So those are kind of similar, just making sure you don't accidentally have too many lines saying the same things.
But I like that idea too, Michelle, that it's dedicated. It can't be stolen for something else, right? It can't be.
Okay, so that's where I was confused. The dedicated, I thought, meant that they would pay it each year versus that they would have to come out of a pot each year that could be stopped, I guess is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not the case.
WCF for bears. Kind of like a land and water conservation fund just for grizzlies.
So I just kind of said the same thing again, but in a positive way, just to make it really direct, that right now we don't have enough people on the ground for these things. And so therefore there's a corresponding need to create more of these permanent dedicated positions. And then I do think it's kind of repeated again, but that's okay. It's in a slightly different context. So we've got it in two spots here. I think just as a double check that it ends up in the, because I think what will happen is this input will go back in as kind of a check and addition and way to modify that made the one working document right now to kind of progress that to the next level.
I wonder if we need kind of a catch-all at the very beginning that resources are key to everything we're trying to achieve. Maybe it's already there. But I mean, all of our recommendations, sadly, probably imply resources and more money and, you know, more staffing and stuff. And so this really is the key to having any of our recommendations be successful, is that they are then supported with the resources necessary to have them succeed and continue on into the future. This really is the heart of successful grizzly bear conservation. And with all of our recommendations probably comes a little attachment saying, oh, this is going to cost us so much, you know, like all the conflict reduction, all the everything is going to be like, oh, that's going to cost money. So I just think we need to be really transparent and acknowledge that. It's like, yeah, it's going to cost a lot of money. we get that, and we're really committed to working to make sure that that happens, because otherwise it's all for naught.
What else? Are there any other major categories that you feel like were missed? I know it's kind of hard to remember what all is on here, but if you just kind of look to those highlighted pieces, maybe that helps.
Did we make a distinction about education and outreach? Because I may have forgotten. I see conflict response, I see prevention, all
Should
that.
we
but
make it its own bullet?
Most of the discussion since.
Yeah, we can make it its own bullet. It shows up in different spots, and so maybe it would be a matter of reorganizing in those places under a separate bullet. And what do we want to?
The reason I bring it up is that we had a lot of brainstorming ideas, a lot of really good discussion in several groups that I've been part of about how we acknowledge that one of the biggest things that we felt that would help us in the overall recovery and management of our bears is this proactive education and outreach about what it is to coexist, and also what it is to, well, coexistence. So that gets to that point of being proactive when we know we have models that show us where bears are going to be moving, that are predicted to move. And instead of waiting for our community, for it to happen and then have to play catch up in the community, we felt that we needed to have, and of course, that's going to take quite a bit of funding to be able to have the boots on the ground and the program into these other areas. But anyway, and so it was that component, it was outreach and education to our tourists and to our recreation industry to promote. If you are in Montana, you are in bear country, and therefore this is what you need to, not only this is what you need to expect, this is what you need to be doing. If you're hiking in Montana, you have bear spray. If you're hunting in Montana, you have bear spray. Hunters already know this, but on the recreation side, you still need to do something.
Yeah, if only they did, Robin. I mean, that's where we get most of our grizzly bear losses, you know, with recreationists is hunters, especially archers, you know. Mm-hmm. They, you know, we at GYC, we came up with, they came up with this campaign called Spray First for hunters. And this idea that, yeah, carry your gun, because you're going to carry your gun anyway, but spray first. And we were trying to really push that with the hunting community. I'm sure they still are, but it's kind of that idea that the hunting community really does need to not just carry bear spray, but carry it really readily available and know how to use it and get those instincts to spray first, to use it first.
Yeah, I would say if you want to make.
Yeah, and you know, recreation is really key in that too. I'm not, I agree with you, and recreation. So I wouldn't just, it's hunting and we have to put hikers too. A bear, 2 bears in the Cabinet Yak have been killed by hikers with guns. So, and that's in the last 2 years. So the other piece too is, that I thought was really interesting was, again, this would take resources, but this is under the education pieces. You know, we need funding for a bear education coordinator position with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And then we even talked about what would it look like to create a Bear Wise community program. Again, that would be that proactive outreach and education to get our communities engaged and prepared for living with grizzly bears, the presence of them.
That's a big program. I mean, that's a big lift right there. That's huge.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah, super important.
Huge. And yeah, and in my mind, that goes to Michelle's point of that special permanent designated fund that is non-lethal, but a lot of that could be spent on that outreach and education piece that also brings in federal partners again, because it's the ESA is what is driving this for recovery. And I think that all citizens of the US should have buy-in into it, in my opinion. But not just the government, but also other NGOs and organizations that we could encourage to contribute to that fund.
Yeah, and I think you could, a lot of the pro-hunting comments that came in, you know, I was trying to see out why are they pro-hunting, and a lot of them were, we got to teach those bears to be wary of people. And to me, the using bear spray is a teaching tool. Using a gun is not teaching anybody anything. I don't know how to get that message across, but I think it would be a strong one.
I couldn't agree with you more, Michelle. And I would like to see it be more of the kind of the conflict reduction too with livestock. And I know you have to get awfully close to a bear to use bear spray, but I wish there were a way that we could have, you know, that there, and I think, you know, which I tangent is like innovation in all these tools. Like we need innovation in more effective deterrence tools using bear spray in ways other than in a can that you have to get so close, so that it could be a much more valuable deterrent for a bunch of different situations. I know it's dangerous and it, you know, it's really painful and harmful, but it's also non-lethal. And
yeah, and that's where I came up with those cannons they use on humans. I figure if they use them on humans, they could use them on bears. But it gives those allow you to be further away when you deploy them. And I know you, Carolyn was like, that sounds dangerous, and I was like, yeah, but they do it to humans. It must be okay. So yeah, I agree.
It might solve, you know, Trina's problems of the same bears coming back again and again. Well, if they kept getting a snout full of bear spray, they, you know, they're smart. But it's kind of like, I mean, I don't know if they still do this, but back, they, you know, that when Chuck Jonkel, I mean, that he had the torture chamber, you know, at Fort Missoula, which is where they came up with the idea of bear spray, but he was coming up with all kinds of ideas for deterrence. And I mean, I'm hoping that that's still happening, and that there's still an emphasis on coming up with more and different ways of using electric fencing and bear spray and whatever else might be out there that we haven't even discovered yet.
So I added a bullet under prevention that just says innovation and preventative tools to try to capture that.
And I don't know if that's you know, encouraging the universities to work with that. You know, get the cats and the grizz to compete on that, because you know that always helps in Montana.
Well, when we have our $250,000 million fund, we can start giving grants to those universities to start working on that.
Exactly.
Is there any way we could get the whole council behind a recommendation that said we want $200 million for a Grizzly coexistence fund through the COVID-19? I mean, I just feel like we need to get on that one right away.
Well, I know we'll get some resistance, but
I know.
They are doing some research through the Wildlife Services research portal in Logan, Utah. The University of Montana no longer conducts those research projects that Chuck used to.
You mean the torture chamber got shut down? Oh.
Well, the Missoula Technology and Development Center, they actually are the ones who are helping us design the new virtual reality bear spray program.
Oh, cool.
But they just don't quite have the same, you know, their funding is also limited. And so, yeah, the university just doesn't seem to have as much of a play in it. But there is some programs. Wesley's put in for quite a few grants for more research opportunities for new innovations through the Wildlife Services Research Department. I just don't know where those are at right now.
That's awesome. But that's exactly what we need, right? We just need more innovation and more good thinking around tools that we can use.
And I think it's in another section on the document, but I do think a PR person for bears would be a good thing to try to create the message that bears actually have value. And it's pulled into another section of our document, but I think that should be funded. And I think they can actually bring in funding. You know, Tim Manley was talking about 1 million hits on one of his grizzly bear, you know, videos. And I think that is something we could tap into as well. And that helps with education too.
Oh, Michelle, I'm so glad you said that. I could not agree more. We need to kind of have those messages out there that are positive, and they're prideful, and they're like they're the, I mean, I'm not denying that there isn't fear and danger out there, but there's more than just fear and danger, right? There are some really positive stories that people would love to hear, and that a communication strategy about that doesn't center on, you know, dead calves, and just having a more positive communication strategy around grizzly bears, I think, is essential. Otherwise, we'll lose, and it will become fear-based. And I asked Cecily this, and I don't think I haven't gotten it yet, but it's like, I'd like to have a little bit more, this is just me, a little bit more of a sense of reality of like, how much danger are we all really in Montana in terms of being harmed or injured by a grizzly bear in the scheme of things, and how many of us there are and how many millions of people visit Montana. The odds of you getting hurt by a grizzly bear are actually what? And just to kind of counter that fear-based message, that I just think that's really important. I don't know if I articulated that very well, but it's something around more positive messaging around the value of grizzly bears. And as part of our identity.
Trying to capture it, you guys, but tell me if I'm missing key points. And I'm not sure exactly where it fits, but I figure if it ends up here, it can get reorganized at some point.
Yeah, I think it's really important to do this transition from the idea that grizzly bears are this, and the Montana Heritage grizzly bear thing, there is kind of this, we're all tough hunters or whatever, and the grizzly bear and all that. And I'd like to see it transition more into this idea that's bear viewing. Bears on the landscape are bringing in money to the state. They are an important part. They're darn cute. All of those things to build a transition from that danger side, which is so easy to push. I did some research on children when Gianforte was on the House floor saying their children are being stalked at the bus stop or whatever. And, the bus stop has the garbage cans, so we can, make our ideas. But since the 1800s, there's only been 2 children attacked and killed by grizzly bears. And both of them had something to do with feeding bears and having that food readily available. And that's a long time for just 2 kids, if these are the most dangerous things in the known universe.
Yeah. And also, Robin, I'm thinking of something that you have said too, that I think is really important to try and kind of change that narrative of like, bears are the reasons we can't do things. That bears then become a limit on our ability to go do whatever we want to do. If we can kind of shift that to be like, instead of being a limit, it's like an asset of like, and when you hike in Montana, you might see a grizzly bear, and that makes it super special, rather than, oh yeah, no, you can't do this. And I think so now we're on a roll, but I'm on a roll. It's kind of that messaging around when we greet people, welcome to Montana, here's your bear spray, because you're going to get eaten by a bear. We need to make sure that messaging is positive as well. It's like, welcome to Montana, it's wild here, and you're in bear country, which is super cool. and your chances of seeing one are extremely rare. But if you do, how lucky are you? And regardless, you should always have your bear spray because it will keep you and your family safe. And here's a video to show you how to use it. You know, it's just changing that narrative.
You are a part of the bear
Yeah, and the
program.
bear spray is actually more effective. Yeah, bear spray is a more effective tool for sure. I would, and this is not something, VIVACA, that we really need to capture, but just to Michelle's point, this is just kind of a personal thing. I really agree that we need to take that fear factor out because I live on the edge of the of core grizzly bear habitat, and so it's just, I go out for a walk, I put my hiking boots on, and I put my bear spray on. It's just how I live. It's not, I don't live in deep fear of it. It's just what I do, right? Because of where I live. I get a little concerned that I also don't want tourists to think, oh, look at those cute bears, maybe I'm going to go pet one, because they're wild and they're wild animals and they do what they do. I respect that, you know, I respect it, and I'm going to give that bear a lot of space, not necessarily because I'm, you know, afraid, but the last thing I'm going to think about is, you know, laying my hands on it. So just, it's just kind of a little bit of a pet peeve I have when I see what happens when bears get euthanized because somebody did something very uneducated like that in a park setting, and then the bear has to pay the price.
It's the respect.
Do any of you guys follow Montana Bear Education Working Group face page or the Montana Wild Facebook page?
Yes.
We've been trying really hard lately. We took the situation with the 3 cubs up on the front. And this is part of what I was asking is, part of it is, how do we get that narrative out there? Because we've done nothing but social media posts for like the last 2 months, trying to be on that positive narrative. And if they haven't reached you guys, I always have to wonder, who else haven't we reached? And how could we change that?
Good question.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't think I got it from you guys, but I definitely got a couple posts or Twitters about the 3 cubs. And I think the big message there is that there's all this controversy in the Eastern Front, but, you know, they didn't let those 3 bears get eaten by a big bear. You know, I wonder at the true idea of how the feelings out there, if they're all similar or if there's some difference in opinions there.
There's a lot of difference, Michelle. I'm glad you said that, because I mean, in all of our communities, right, there are extremes on all ends. And you know, having partnered with folks on the front for a long time, there's a real spectrum of attitudes towards bears, because there's been people who've embraced working with and living with grizzly bears for a long time up there. And I think of Carl Rappold and Dusty Crary and like real community leaders who have been at the forefront of bear conservation. And we're not hearing from them.
Yeah, and I think, Sarah, I think the problem now is there's so much online. How do you differentiate yourself and get that moving? And I think that it takes time. I talked to someone about having a website and getting hits and all that, and posting on Instagram and Facebook and all that. And it's a time thing, you know, and I think you have to put things up every day, and you have to start to build not a theme, but kind of a presence or a personality to what you're posting. And people start to follow you, but it is a long process. And we always hear about the ones where I put this up there and I got like 3 million hits. And it's not, those are all chance things that just happen that people connect to. But I think you can slowly build And that 3 cub thing is such a great story, but you had nothing to build from at that point, you know? So I think it's this process. That's why I think there should be a PR person kind of working on that all the time.
So maybe a little nudge on that, just as you guys are into a lot of the messaging, just a bit of a nudge. You guys got a little over 5 minutes left. Just a reminder, you know, that comes kind of full circle what you guys observed earlier. You know, the trying to crack that nut about getting the resources to do some of the work you're talking about and other messages, and some of the management work. So just a reminder to full circle back to the resource discussion as you think about your last 5 minutes here.
And I think that, I think we have the main points of that captured here under the more resources for proactive education and outreach, and it actually appears a couple other times. So I don't think it'll get lost in that. Do you want me to scroll back through this kind of at a fast pace here to take one more look and make sure there's nothing else we want to add with Charlie's reminder?
Yeah, I'd like to see the funding.
I just wanted to,
go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to really quick. Charlie, are you still with us?
Charlie, are you still there?
Charlie, are you still with us?
I am.
I just wanted you to know that we did solve that problem. You just missed it. It's down in our.
I have great faith that you guys made good progress too.
And we got a couple $100 million for you. Dedicated.
I mean, funding
is funding sources. There we go.
I think funding is one of those discussions. The easiest part is to get to the point of saying we need more funding. I think the trickier part of that is you know, how do you come up with that? You know, where does it come from? And traditional funding models versus new funding models. That's where it gets a little bit challenging, and trying to think about, you know, effective ways to advocate for new funding. You know, is it through partnerships and trying to get a coalition of folks, et cetera? But that's the tougher part of the conversation for sure.
Yeah, and I don't think we have anything written down there about a requiring everyone in Montana and recreationists that come to Montana to purchase a conservation license. It's something that's already in place and all hunters have to purchase it. But I think it might be an interesting way to, one, you could put a message on it. One, you could put that website from the PR person on it. And once again, I almost feel like there should be a choice. Does the money from this go to the lethal or the non-lethal fund? But I wouldn't put it quite that way. Does that make sense? So all recreationists in Montana, and not Montanans, but anybody that recreates there, would have to purchase the conservation license that the hunters are already purchasing. But on that license, it should say, I'd like my $2 to go here. And if you're a tourist from out of town, it would be $10. You know, I think that's how it works with the licenses. But the conservation license is already in place. It would just be a matter of requiring more people to purchase it, but to keep it from being fought against, to make it more democratic, I think offering the choice of where your $2 goes is really important. Got all that down, Vivica?
So just a little history there too. The conservation license and did change its form a bit. Hunters have a base hunting license now that they're required to purchase to leave the conservation mechanism in place for maybe things like this discussion that we're having. So anyway, just a little nuance there, but that was a shift related to potentially identifying ways to add other funding mechanisms as base purchases.
So offer a choice of where the funding would go. Okay, so that was a part of the hunting license, and it's been kind of separated to make it.
There's something called a base hunting license. That's the prerequisite now, which in concept could free up the conservation license for things like you're describing.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're good.
Do we want to see anything else? Nice, Robin. I like it. Okay. Thanks, guys. Good work. Especially in the last group. It's hard. It's hard work, isn't it?
We got fired up.
That was all women. We did great. Sorry, Charlie, if you're still here. Sarah's here. So. And Vivica, thank you for capturing all that.
Sure. Happy to help.
And Sarah, I'm so sorry you're leaving. I miss you.
But where are you going? Something cool?
Unfortunately, I'm going nowhere. Just issues with the program have made me decide that I'm going to look elsewhere, but that elsewhere is not confirmed anywhere right now. So I'll still be around, just not working for the program anymore.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
Thank you for your work so far. I mean, that putting together that compendium, whatever you wanted to call it, was a big job, and you did a great job with it, and you came out with some great recommendations from it, and that is so appreciated, Sarah.
Yeah, I'm really glad we could get that for you guys, and I hope that it's valuable. And of course, I'm still here for questions if you have any going forward. Hi, Dylan.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
We must be back. We're back.
Sarah, is this the last time we're going to have you involved?
Yes, I think it probably will, my last council meeting.
Well, thank you for everything.
Of course, you guys are very welcome.
My little clapper.
Sarah, this is Jonathan. Every time I come on, I catch like the last 3 words of you leaving. And so I've heard it like 4 times, but I haven't heard what's actually going on.
Nothing really, other than I decided this program, the setup, kind of the style and the future of the program wasn't really working for me in my space anymore. So I wanted to give them a chance to find somebody new if they wanted to before the summer season really kind of kicked off. So that's why I decided to kind of cut it off here. I don't know what I'm doing next, but I'll be out and about riding a lot of horses probably.
Sounds great. Well, thanks for all that you've done for us in the meantime.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. It's been good. And Jonathan, thanks for asking the question again. I was curious to know kind of what was next too. So thanks. So here we are. It's 3:20. We've had a long day of different conversations, much more interactive than yesterday. Hopefully got to some different points of view, and you got to hear from some different voices, and hopefully it's helping further advance these difficult conversations that we wanted to have today. So I thought we'd start with a quick report out, and this time offer the facilitators the chance to build upon the report outs from this morning. And then after each one, quickly check in with the council to see if there's anything else they would like to add. And then we'll try to keep that fairly brief, but we want to bring forward these conversations. And then Dylan, if you wouldn't mind seeing if there's been any additional public information or input we want to bring on. And then we'll give a little bit of preview for tomorrow and wrap things up, and hopefully we can conclude by 4. We don't have another break built in, so if people need to take a stretch or take 5 minutes, please do so on your own, but we're just going to press on here until the end. So with that, I'm going to go in the same order, just the order of the groups. And Dylan, you're number 1 still, so want to share with us your latest report out?
Okay, so we got 2,600 words and notes from our day's meetings. Good, it was good conversation. you know, we just kind of added on to the conversations that we had earlier in the day that I reported on at lunch. The areas for potential common ground and resolution are remain that one size doesn't fit all in terms of conflict response or compensation. However, there is a desire to make sure that we create clear expectations for landowners or the public, that if they have a problem, they know that they will get a response that's as rapid as possible and will effectively try to address the issue. So leaving flexibility in the specific response or the compensation response or compensation loss, but also creating some clear expectations for the public so they know what to expect. The need for robust education and outreach, and that includes, you know, specific to recreation, making sure that FWP is encouraging safe bear aware behavior for recreationists, and also really working early on in the planning process with other agencies and improving collaboration with other agencies during the planning process to make sure that kind of recreation and bear core habitat is considered, and that, you know, all those considerations are made early on in the planning process and not maybe afterwards. Yeah, a lot to distill out here. The compensation program was a conversation topic in each of our 4 groups today, and just really trying to fine tune what that looks like, what's effective, how does the Livestock Loss Board keep up with the requests, while also trying to maybe separate prevention from the compensation aspect, so that they can try to devote some more incentive for prevention measures that aren't strictly tied to the compensation. And then just an overall agreement that more boots on the ground are needed. That there's just, with more bears comes more conflicts, and trying to keep up with rapid response is difficult in a large state like Montana. But as always, the challenge comes with the funding aspect, and where does the funding come? What is the agency or group that houses that, whether it's an FTE or range rider or you know, all types of topics were discussed. Do we try to get the conservation districts to maybe implement that into their county duties for bear conflict prevention? I will end it there, but lots of good conversation. This document has some good stuff, so thanks to everybody for keeping me organized.
Well, thanks to you, Dillon. I know we kind of put you on the spot to facilitate a conversation here that was going to be wide ranging, and you didn't hesitate to jump in and try to wrangle all that. So thanks for doing that and for reporting out. Everyone has had a chance to spend some time with Dillon today. So anything you want to touch on or amplify that he shared out? And you can either jump in or raise your hand. If I see your hand raised in the participant block, I'll call on you. If you feel like you did a good job, give just a thumbs up or a round of applause, and we can move on. All right. Getting some good feedback there, Dillon. Even though your spelling was painful for Trina to watch, but it's just a small comment. All right, well, good. Well, nice job. Thanks for capturing that with so much detail. I think that was really helpful. Group 2, VIVACA.
All right, so, you know, a lot of what Dillon just went through, I think we captured in our group, which was resources, coming at it from a little different angle. We were coming at it from what are all these priority areas that need resources? Either need more resources, mostly need more resources was kind of the theme. And actually, I think it was the last group that made an observation that having resources for all of these things is really key to any of our recommendations, other council's recommendations being successful. So that would be why there's some overlap, is because the resource discussion centered around where do we need to find new ways to fund or support in some other way these key items. So that was a theme that came up. Some of the major areas that kept being discussed as, again, things we just heard from Dylan, more boots on the ground, more employees to work on a variety of things, from quicker response times to conflict prevention to education and outreach. Spent a lot of time specifically discussing education and outreach and telling more of a positive story, but then also, of course, using those tools to be proactive and prevent conflict and to reduce issues that are out there and before they become bigger. Talked a lot about other forms of prevention too, different types of tools beyond education and outreach. Talked about promoting innovation towards new tools. Livestock compensation, again, came from our group and putting more resources behind that. Where might that come from? What might that look like, either in terms of more funding or how that more funding that's then deployed out on the ground to livestock producers. And then this sense of creating a common resource to share these resources. So to share common messages, to share where all these tools are available, that's something that really spurred the Education and Outreach Summit. So it's just a kind of a reiteration of the need for that and the continued need for that, and that there's really bodies behind keeping something like that going. So again, kind of tied back into that employee discussion as well. And then talked about the need for more resources behind things like travel planning and preventative measures there with highways and railways and with sanitation. So then, of course, because we were talking about needing more resources, a lot of the discussion focused on where did these resources come from, and how are there ways to look at existing funding, and how are there mostly ways to look at new funding that needs to be sought, and where would that come from? What might those new models look like? And there was a lot of just general observation that new and diversified funding sources is important, but then we also spent a lot of time brainstorming specifics. So could that be an additive component to licenses? There was also discussion about not putting more funding on the backs of current funders, such as hunters and anglers, to other conservation efforts, but how do we bring others into the picture? Where does that come from? Does it come from taxes? Does it come from state sources or federal sources? So really got into a lot of detail there, and that's captured in the document. I don't think we had quite as many words as you, Dylan, but there's a lot. There's 4 pages or so of notes. So those were the key things I think that came up. Not a lot of disagreement points that were captured. And I think, again, we're at the level of the higher level of discussion on some of those topics. When you get down to solving some of those issues, that's where, or making more specific recommendations, that's where you might uncover more of that. So our discussion just didn't lead there as much today.
Good. Thanks, VIVACA. And again, just like with Dylan, thanks for stepping in and facilitating conversation and spending a day doing that, summarizing, capturing it all. That's really helpful. I guess a question for both of you, Dylan and VIVACA. Did you guys get to a point in your conversation where you asked the question, what's next? How do we build this information or this discussion into the consolidated working group document, the conversations that have come before, and kind of what that looks like moving forward? Or was that not part of your conversations explicitly?
We talked about that a little bit. I think we talked about it in terms of people. I know, at least in some of the groups, folks were looking at those documents and looking for places where we could identify new things that weren't in there. And I think the idea too, there were a couple of times where we got hung up on some details, and then folks observed that, oh, hey, when we look at this and bring it back to the main document, that's our opportunity to make sure that it either matches up or adds detail that wasn't there before or clarifies something. So I think that was the general thought, is that it would be something that would help kind of confirm things that need to stay there, move maybe certain points forward. Didn't talk about it in any further specific next steps, but.
No, that's helpful. And I think what we had hoped is that you would build from those conversations and do exactly that, find areas for clarity or areas to advance and even bring forward some new ideas. Dylan, did you guys get to that point?
Not in the level of depth it sounds like VIVACA's groups did. We were more kind of trying to tie together some of these common themes. You know, compensation has quite a few branches on that tree, and so trying to see where they all connect and where we can find agreement. And so, no, I guess we didn't really set the stage too much for what's next. However, you know, it was good to see we didn't have any disagreement pieces that were just really needed more discussion in these smaller groups.
No, good. And in some ways, the starting point for those conversations was different. There's quite a bit of work on resources. I don't know that we talked too much about the compensation piece yet. People had alluded to it. We had I think it was an April 24th Zoom meeting, but it kind of speaks to the different nature of the conversation too, and where you're starting from and where you landed. So good. Thank you guys. Anything that folks want to speak to from VIVACA's report out on the resources? Council members, if you want to raise your hand, give a thumbs up. Any questions? Cole, you're off the speaker there. Do you want to jump in?
I wanted to mention with regard to Dillon's is that one next step maybe that our group talked about. There is this prevention and compensation working group, which is kind of a multi-stakeholder bunch that's had a couple meetings and is trying to come up, you know, Aaron, you're part of that, Trina, you're part of that. And it may be at some point that group could communicate with the council in some form about where it, you know, the research it's been doing, what it's been thinking, diving into it specifically. There may be an opportunity between now and June or now in July for some kind of a communication there as a next step. Just wanted to mention that.
Great. Thank you, Cole. Anyone else want to jump in? All right. Seeing no further takers. Nice job. Vivica and Dylan, you're off the hot seat for now. Heather, how did your conversation go?
We've had good conversation all day long, and each conversation has built upon one another, and so that was certainly helpful. And so to try and do my best to summarize it, because it's feels like that one of the more nuanced conversations in terms of where should bears be, and really where we came to it at the end of the day was determining that bears are where they are and they're continuing to expand. And one key point that each session brought up was for agencies to continue to build upon trust that's already there within the areas where they are doing work in conflict management and around relocation sites, and to continue to build upon and expand their relationships upon public lands and private landowners and communities in terms of educating and outreach around bears being there, what needs to happen. There was a lot of conversation in this last group around there are not lines on the map in terms of saying bears can't be here, but really the conversation moving towards, okay, well, when bears are out here, whether it's in recovery areas, whether it's in connectivity areas, and whether it's beyond and expanding more the eastern part of the state, what happens when we're looking at managing for conflict, and are those protocols different? And so part of the conversation was, well, when we see a bear show up in these, there are already protocols established within recovery zones. And so the group didn't focus on that conversation. But when bears are seen in these connectivity areas, looking at the type and severity of conflict, just as agencies already do in terms of determining whether or not bears are relocated or whether or not bears are removed or killed, that the same would be true for within connectivity areas, and that new relocation sites within connectivity areas be assessed for and created, again, within partnership of other agencies and those local communities around what does that look like, having education and outreach. So there's a lot of qualifiers around there. And then when we're looking at bears that have gotten into some type of conflict where they're in more expansion areas, not necessarily within connectivity zones, that those bears that are deemed appropriate for being relocated, that they go to the new established sites within connectivity areas, that where the last session of the day really started determined, but not necessarily fleshed out, but where they were starting to lean, and I'll let them correct me if I misunderstood this, was that new relocation sites would not be established in these expanding areas on the eastern side of the state, but that those bears would get relocated into these new relocation sites within connectivity areas. And that was also to take some of the density off of the recovery zones where bears are expanding. So that was the rationale behind that. So certainly there needs to be additional conversation to flush this out, but this is sort of where the conversation was building and culminating towards the end of the day.
Great. Thank you, Heather. And same question that I posed to Vivica and Dillon. How do you see that advancing the conversation moving forward? Were there opportunities to clarify some of the working group conversations or clarify some next steps?
Well, it's interesting. I really did attempt to go to where the working groups had already started to articulate. And while we attempted to do that, it was really more discussion. It really felt like all the council members really wanted more opportunity for discussion and flushing this out. I think there are some points within the working group documents where I can pull back from and so that it's not a recreation, especially when we're talking about the collaboration, the trust, the communication pieces of it. There were some new ideas that we did jot down some notes. So there's some form of articulation of these concepts that the working team can work with. And I think this is certainly one topic where there's going to be need for continued conversation with the larger group.
Yeah, no, good. A huge topic. So thanks for that very good, concise discussion. I'm sure it was very wide ranging. And I think all these topics in some way, we weren't necessarily thinking we were going to reach resolution, but these were areas where you guys wanted to have some additional dialogue and conversation. So I think simply having that conversation, providing space to explore some of the different dimensions of these issues has been really important and valuable. It sounds like that was very much the thread of conversation there and in that conversation. Anyone, any council members want to provide feedback on that conversation? Anything you'd like to amplify, add? Awesome. All right. Is that to me, Trina? Thank you. So moving on to the last conversation and just looking at the conversation in the chat box too, there's some interesting observations or realizations coming forward to those that had previously signed up to be on the writing team, that they may have a lot of work in front of them if they continue to accept that role on behalf of the council. So I think that's true. There is some important work ahead. I think a lot of us are interested in helping advance that. The last conversation was one that I helped facilitate throughout the course of the day, and that was the role of hunting. And it continued to follow the two threads of conversation that I reported out on just before lunch. And they both kind of advanced, I think, one step further, which I think was useful. So on the one hand, just this recognition that the role of hunting is probably the most value-laden emotional issue in front of the council, and that there's not going to be agreement on that. That some people feel very strongly for hunting, some are very against hunting. And that's also reflected in the public comment that we've received. And so I think there was wide recognition that, you know, the public comment was something that council members had been reading, had been taking into account as they brought forward their own thoughts on this conversation. And where that kind of landed for now is really providing an opportunity for recognition of that. And one of the council members said, you know, they really appreciate those conversations and the emotion behind them, the intent behind them, that they take all of that to heart, and that they really want to honor those different perspectives. And so finding a way to do that is important to this council. At the same time, I think the other side of the conversation, which was something that was brought forward from the department, both before lunch and during lunch, just clarifying that in and of itself is important to capture. But in terms of the executive order and what would be most useful for them moving forward, is to also say that in the event hunting occurs, what kind of guidance could the council provide? And instead of going in many different directions, the nature of the conversation was largely to say that there are some general parameters that council members think are important to provide moving forward, but in many ways what they want to do or suggesting are looking back on the work that has previously been done by the department on this issue, so that there have been draft regulations put forward that by most accounts were conservative in nature, and that for the most part council members liked that conservative approach. And so to look back on those and reflect on which elements of that previous effort they agree with or think could be or should be replicated moving forward, but to also bring forward some conversation or some concerns or additions to that. And so one thing in particular that came up was just around how bears are counted and where they're counted and what that process looks like for establishing the science or the data that drives some of those hunting regulations. Right now it's really confusing. You know, there are some other elements that people felt strongly about that they would like to continue, which were around the limited timing for hunts and exclusion for hunting in some areas and that kind of stuff. So I think there was a recognition that we could build off of some work that had previously been done and try to consolidate that to something that was fairly streamlined. Also recognizing that there is a formal public process in place for making that, or for proceeding forward with the role of hunting when that happens, but being able to provide some voice and some guidance there. The last thing that came up in the conversation that I thought was really interesting was other opportunities related to the role of hunting that might be of interest for the council. So is there an opportunity just to talk a little bit more about the findings or the conversation that the council members have had around the role of hunting, and in particular, this idea that, you know, maybe there's no relationship between hunting and conflict reduction, and that maybe that educational piece is just as important as some of the more regulatory focused guidance. So there were a number of different dimensions of the conversation that we talked about, the role, the value, the function of hunting, kind of that to inform the conversation, and those were very consistent with previous conversations that we've had. But just wanted to bring that forward and kind of conclude that there was this kind of third strand of conversation that emerged. I trying to follow the track or track the chat at the same time I'm speaking here, so I got distracted. But I'll stop there and just say that in terms of next steps, I do feel like ours was one where we started where we were grounded in the working group conversation and those documents. We built upon those, have some ideas moving forward, a few questions, but I feel like we're in a good place to hand that off to the writing team. I don't think we generated near the volume that DILLON did either, so it won't be as much to sort through. Anything people want to bring forward from that conversation? Anything I missed? All right. So I will go back to DILLON then and see if there's anything that we've heard from the public throughout the day. I don't know if you've had a chance to jump over there, asking you to do about 10 things at once. So have you had a chance to take a look?
I have, yeah. And there's a few comments I'll share with the group. We've gotten 9 comments today. As Sean mentioned, a few of them initially just were opinions about trophy hunting, which you can see in there, folks who are opposed to hunting grizzly bears. This comment from Keith Kubista says creating programs and sources of funding will be difficult. Do not bifurcate lethal versus non-lethal. Agency managers, biologists, wardens, investigators, and all on the ground personnel do many roles that overlap. Flexibility is needed. Hunters, anglers, and people paying Pittman-Robertson excise taxes don't get to split where their dollar goes. It all benefits wildlife and wildlife management. That was Keith's comment. And then this comment from Bill McKinley. Great to see the progress. One suggestion when it comes to zones, areas, and numbered areas, maybe just realize and acknowledge that bears will be bears and travel when and where they want. Management needs to be set up to minimize conflict and react efficiently. Thanks, Bill McKinley. And so those were the two comments that kind of had some substance to them beyond just more of a statement of opinion about like hunting. This comment doesn't have a name to it, but it says grizzly bears should be protected, not hunted. Their habitat is already so fragmented. Even in Montana, there are so few places for these bears left. The ecosystem depends on each part being healthy and with enough prey and predator species to keep it balanced. We should not be tipping the balance in favor of prey by trapping and hunting predators to the brink of extinction. Those are kind of the only comments. There's a few others in there I'd encourage you to read that were pretty much kind of stating some of the same stuff though regarding hunting.
Great. Well, thanks, Dylan, for tracking those and bringing them forward. Members of the public who have been with us today, thanks so much for dealing with some of the early technical difficulties, but hopefully you enjoyed being part of these smaller conversations with the council members and learning a little bit more about the issues they're wrestling with and how they're thinking about them and working through them. I do feel like it was a productive conversation today. Certainly covered a lot of ground. I know it was hard not to be in a group where we could listen to everyone all at once at times, but I think this did facilitate progress on 4 different fronts, which we wouldn't have been able to achieve otherwise. Any thoughts or just feedback from the council on how today went and how it's informing next steps, other than some fear from the writing team members? All right, looks like people are, you guys all have Zoom face at about 3:50 in the afternoon. So these are long days on Zoom, and thank you so much for sitting through it and being in this virtual world. I certainly wish we were in person and in Red Lodge right now. That would have been really nice. Just in terms of next steps, then what we'll do following today is we'll go through and capture and clean up our notes and make sure that those get included into future discussions. And into tomorrow, what we're going to do is kind of just take stock of what we talked about the last couple of days. So where did we land on the vision statement? How does that fit together with the preamble? I know there were some questions about why those went out together, and I think it's so that we can start to see how all these pieces fit together and how the preamble sets the context for this work. The vision sets forward where you'd like to be, and these recommendations that you're wrestling with really start to build towards that vision in some concrete strategic ways. So we'll want to talk about those different component parts and how they're all adding up together and how we get from all of this information to something that's a consolidated document. It's hard. Okay, I'm not going to read the chat box anymore because it's distracting, but thanks for all the good comments today. Any other last minute thoughts? Heather, what have I missed?
I think you've captured it, and folks do have Zoom face, so I just want to reiterate the thank you. You guys worked really hard today, and we're engaged in conversation with the small groups. It really focused on making sure you guys were engaged. So thank you for another great day.
Yeah, thank you all. And just to play the other side of the story for a little bit, I will say that I had at least one comment or suggestion from people that was questioning why we were ending at 4 and not 5. So, you know, this is ending early.
Who was that?
I don't know. I'm not sure who that was. No, I'll share with that some other day, some other time. So thank you all for a great day. The good news is that it's a half day tomorrow. And so we'll spend some time capturing where we are, what's next, and just 9 to noon tomorrow. So I think that'll feel good to all of us. Thanks for a great day. We'll see you in the morning.
Thanks, everyone.
See you all. Thank you.